flattery will get you everywhere. Meh. Brr. Stop it. Meh. Brr. Stop it. Meh. Brr.
Hello, lovelies. Um, Welcome to another Saturday night stream. I'm heading over to the Lunalong on Xanadu, which I only got to pop into briefly last weekend, so I'm hoping I'll get to spend a little bit more time there this weekend. Thus, my loading screen, which I will take you off because, whoops, I'm fighting something. Hang on. How's everybody doing for a Saturday night? It's been a funny sort of a week for me. Hi Mimas, hello Vulcan, hi Myra, hi Bun. Thank you for the sub, Myra. Hi Galandria, hello Madoon, hello Moomin, hello, oh wait, Wolf, hello Wolf. I could have sworn I saw Ruffle in there somewhere.
What is?
But I can't now see her. So if Ruffle's there lurking, hello Ruffle too. Hello Tantail, how you doing? You're tired, Myra. Yeah, I'm getting really, really tired as well in the sort of in the run up to Christmas. I'm waiting for a break from work because work has been a lot. I did 11 hours over this week, hours that I don't get paid for. So I've had a lot of like 7:30 finishes this week accidentally. And yeah, maybe it was you blowing her horn, Maddie. Maybe that's what threw me. So like it's been a tired, not just this week, to be honest, it's been a tiring, I want to say like autumn, winter, but it was tiring before the summer as well. I think it's been a tiring year. And I'm going from sort of annual leave break to annual leave break and using that time off to just be like I'd like to say to catch up on sleep, but I don't sleep well at the best of times, so not really to do that. Hang on, let me just go bury this one. Try not to leave it untidy. Yes, so off to the Lunalong, yachting via Calvert's Arena, and maybe heading into another one. Like I was there, pulling things out of the arena last weekend. Pom was having a generous day, and she spawned us quite a lot of passive animals. So I brought home boatloads of pigs and hens and sheep and things. And I think we gave you the names of some of them on the stream last weekend. But yeah, life is tiring. Life is tiring and busy.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Neil. Myra messaged me just before I was due to start streaming to say days since Myra last read a boat at 0. Congratulations, Myra. Days since Crim last founded a deed, also 0. Commiserations? Me? I don't know. I had one of those moments where I got like a spark of inspiration and started feverishly looking around a place, trying to, get a sense of it. And as the problem I always have with Worm is anything that's got any kind of sort of shape to it, which to be honest is the kind of space I prefer deeding anyway. Like in order to see it properly, I need to move around it a lot, and often I end up deeding things prematurely just to be able to get them into Deed Planner. Oh dear. Somebody's like, oh, 2 hell horses lost. Do you know what? I think I saw this one happen earlier on my priest. I think, warning for anybody who has hell horses attached to their carts, I think this one appeared out of nowhere, and I imagine it's because it aged up and unhitched from a cart that was in the stable, which therefore made it pop out of the stable, and because it was no longer hitched, the Spirit Templars attacked, because I'm guessing it probably wasn't branded. Somebody who doesn't use hell horses, do Spirit Templars ignore branded hell horses? They must do, right? But I think that one just popped out of nowhere, which suggests to me that because they continue aging in the stable, you've got to be really, really careful with hell horses left in a stable, because it sounds like they unhitch, pop out of the stable, and then yeah, I don't know what happened with this one though. Shall you sail your Nar back over? Tan, have you had your Nar imped up already? Nice. Bun, what are you admonishing me for? What did I do? Myra does have that rare touch, doesn't she? You're 1 fragment away, Vulcan, from finishing your red Drake statue. Nice. Do you have that 1 extra fragment? Like, is it Is it that you've got it and you're about to attach it and you're about to get it, or are you one fragment short? Because I'm sure we can sort you out with a fragment if you are. Right. What do you mean oh, pants. Of course I was just fighting in the arena, so we're just going to hang out here for a minute. I wish it told you what your cooldown timer was for the portal. Like, I assume that you could probably work it out from this, because I've got... Normally, if you haven't been in a fight recently and there are no enemies nearby, your logout timer would be 60 seconds. I've got an extra 63 seconds on mine, which is probably the difference in terms of how long it is before I have to step through a portal, but I haven't actually tested that, so we'll see. We shall see, we shall see. Oh yes, in fairness, Myra read her own boat, a new creation of hers. So something is for making another deed. Well, I like to look at land through the medium of deed plan now, so I'm hearing meteorites because we apparently have a pillar of Magrenon on Exodus at the moment, and I have seen a couple of them, but I think I'm probably too low down to see them now. It should be... Where am I? Hang on, let me orient myself. Yeah, it should be over there somewhere, and I think the mountain's in the way. But if anybody's interested in a pillar of mag, I think it's up in this desert, up here. I'm pretty sure. I don't know whereabouts in that desert, but we can see the meteorites from Thul, because we've got a clearer view from there, but Isert is sort of in a little bit of a valley. Yeah, Myra's on a break from, I don't know, from what, like exam writing, revision? Anyway, breaks are good and important. What's that? I swear I just saw something out the corner of my eye. Not yet. Okay, so you'll get it before the end of the weekend. Do you know what? My first rare Drake statue was an alloy one. I've probably told this story on stream before. Hang on, what's my load time now? Okay, now I should be able to cross through. Yay! Yeah, but speaking of holy sites, a fissure, a Magrenon fissure. What are they called? It's the otherworldly monolith. What's the fissure called? Something fissure? Anyway, the other Magrenon holy site spat out a rare Drake frag at me, and I was like, "Yay, thanks, worm!" And then I saw that it was an alloy frag, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I thought that would just never get completed. And I did spend a little bit of time just sort of like looking through my collection, being like, roughly how long is it going to take me, probably, to collect up enough alloy Drake frags? And then I decided that I did not want to wait for years for Worm to do it for me naturally, if ever or at all. And I went over to the lovely Joe the Bard's place, Muse's place, Southport Market on the south coast of Deliverance, because she is an archaeology fiend and she stocks many, 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 many statue frags of all kinds. And I popped her a message, and I was like, "I don't suppose you've got any like alloy Drake frags, have you?" And she sorted me out, and so that one got finished first. I do actually have. I'm very lucky. I've got a second rare Drake frag for a not alloy one, but I'm amazed really that in the end that's the one that still hasn't been completed, and the other one has. So I've got an Electrum one. I think it's Electrum. So we want Lormir. If you haven't been to the Lunalong before, and if you fancy going, it is very runnable from a portal. You can, of course, sail over, and if you want to collect any kind of creatures, if you're hoping that creatures might be spawned in the arena, you will need to sail. I tend to sail up from the south because that's quite a nice, easy, straightforward sail. But today I am portaling because my boats and my priests are already there. And I could summon myself over to it, but as I say, you really don't need to, because it's not a terribly long run. I just need to get my bearings, and I think I run out this way. You'd like to start archaeology properly at some point, Tan? Yeah, I would. It's good fun, and you know what? After our conversation in the Coterie channel a few days ago, I've been looking at the manor at Thor Spring and being like, can I build myself a second archaeology den here? Do I maybe need like a whole building for it on Exodus? But also, if I want one on Exodus, am I going to break the servers trying to transport all of my archaeology fragments over the border in a boat? Because I know that Ruffle was saying before that she got admonished by a GM when she got stuck on a border because there were thousands of frags in her boat, or at least hundreds of frags in her boat. And I imagine that probably does make the server stutter a little bit if you're moving hundreds, or in my case, thousands of items across a border. So I'm still weighing up, like, how much is it worth the effort to go transporting all of that stuff to a different server? But also, how much do I want to build myself another archaeology den? Because I really like designing spaces for particular tasks. And because I'm spending so much of my time on Exodus at the moment, realistically, how much do I care about not doing my restoration for a while? Because if it's on Exodus, I'm much more likely to actually do it. And you know what? I think I'm going the right way, but let me just. Yes, I am. Look at that. Magic. Frag smuggling. Yes. 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 Do you know what? I think I kind of need to kit myself out with a proper pirate boat. The tavern at Little Venice is called the Rum Runner Tavern, for sort of smuggling themed tavern, and I've always kind of wanted a nice little sort of smuggling themed pirate get up operation. You're soon done cleaning your fragments, Myra. Well done. I have not yet touched mine, but I'm feeling the urge. Yeah, getting them all cleaned before Christmas is very sensible, because this is a problem I've got, right? Like, I haven't cleaned all of Halloween's fragments, and it always happens, like, because we get Halloween and Christmas, and they're both really good for archaeology. They're great times to start archaeology, and if you already do archaeology, they are great times to do it. But they follow on so close from one another that if you don't get through your Halloween stash, or in my case, my Halloween stash and all of last year's Halloween stash, and all the frags that I've got in between, then Christmas comes along, and then you start to really have a storage problem if you're not very well organised. And I'm fairly well organised, but I'm already being like, I should knock that down, that stash down. Your Alloy Drake one is at 20 frags. Hang on, I'm just scrolling back up to catch it. Yeah, so if you want to come visit the Lunalong, you'll probably be walking faster than me because I'm going at not full capacity. What am I at? 75% speed limit. But you can, of course, just pop it on the highway markers. It is pretty much a straight route until you turn right, or you can just look at whichever signpost has the longer route to Sherefall, and go in that direction. And it's basically that direction until you see, until you start to see sort of signposts off to the right. So right, yes. I'm scrolling back up in chat because I'm conscious that I've missed stuff while I've been waffling. Myra, you've completed an alloy one as well. Nice. Rare alloy one, I assume. Are we still talking rare ones, or just an alloy one in general? It does take, like, I'm not surprised that you have, because of the sheer amount of frags you've got. We were all comparing frags chipped on the worm node tracker last week, which is what's got me sort of thinking about if and where I do my restoration again. Now, you know what? I'll recognise it when I get there, but because it's snowy, there's a lot of light coming from down there, so it's a good bet that it's down there. Glowing Fisher, thank you. That's what I was failing to remember. Surely it would take me an infinite amount of time because I do sort my frags out, thank you, but I haven't in the past year at least, and even when I was on release most of the time, there we go. Even when I was on release most of the time, I tend to do restoration in sort of maybe 3 or 4 big chunks across a year, sometimes only a couple of chunks across a year, where I will, like, blitz it for a few days, but then not do any again for a while. It's not something I'm very good at, just like chipping away at over time. You want to find a token for the deed that you first lived on Xanadu. Yeah, I really like using it on areas that I deed as well to understand the sites. So, oh my god, this has changed massively. So the Lunalong is definitely down here. If you're running down this road towards Sherefall, there isn't actually a turn-off at this point, but this Helly Ridgeway there, we are on Kappa, and I think this is the point that we turn. But you know what? I'm looking at this and I'm wondering if, when I came last week, I found a totally different way in, which I think is new this year. I think she's just done it this year. Also, I should tell Xanadu that I'm here for the impalong. Hang on. I'm grasshoppering all over the place. That's the one, isn't it? Yes, let's tell Xanadu. What was I saying? Yes, when I came last week, I found an entirely new way down into the Lunalong, which is underground for anybody who's never been here before. I'm used to running through the village and going down through the gold mine doors, but I found a new way in last week, which I think is newly created this year, and I'm going to try find it again. There we go. Following this sign, and it was quite cool. It made me think of roller coasters, and I left the Lunalong last time being like, oh, it makes me want to make like an in-game amusement park or something. But Jesus Christ, look at this. Drac has clearly been doing an awful lot of work. Because look at all of this. My goodness. Wait, that way. So we're going to take the new route down into the Lunalong while I finish catching up on chat. And this is a swirly route, so I'm going to try not to just drop off the side reading chat, but we'll see. So,
yes.
yeah, look at this. This is good. It's like it's a whirly gig. Myra bought thousands of frags over the border before they reworked it. Oh, so what you're saying is if I want to smuggle thousands of frags over the border, I should probably try and pick a point when the server is mostly asleep. Lest I paint a target on my back. I can hear happy tinking sounds already. Oh, you've been a good girl this year. You still got about 3,000 and then an unknown amount of spooky frags and about and around 2,000 statue frags. I haven't done a count, but the stream that I didn't do a couple of weeks ago, which was my stash busting defragging of Brambleheim, I might do that one next weekend so we can go and see just how guilty I should be feeling about my stuff. So, I mean, look at this. It's just like, it curls all the way down. Beautiful. Beautiful. And this is a massive underground deed, which is where, and all of the Lunalong takes place underground, basically. So I should tell people in local that I'm here and stop walking into fences. Because how have we gone? We've got 31 in local. And we don't want people saying things that they that they don't realise are potentially being streamed. I've never visited Sherfall, worth a visit while I'm in the area. Do you know what? I think I've sailed past Sherfall, but I haven't actually looked around it properly. I've sailed past it a few times because I do come back, go back and forth a lot in boats whenever there's a Lunalong in session, so to speak. Wolfmeyer found a lot of the coterie and Your Alliance yellow potions. Wait, what? Oh, Tan, wait, what? What do you mean you found it? Oh, at Sherfall, do you mean? The I forgot about the yellow potion collection. Yeah. So, right, let me just finish catching up on chat and then I'll do you a proper look at what's there. So, at least now wooden frags are useful to keep hold of. Well, I always kept wooden frags anyway, because archaeology woods, I love them for furniture. Like, wooden frags are precious to me, unlike some other things. Chirp. Hello, Olivus, how you doing? Swimming pool in progress. Wait, what's a swimming pool in progress? Oh, are we talking about the terraforming up top? Yeah, it's massively transformed, hasn't it, Bun? You don't think the frag moving will be an issue? Okay, good. I was also thinking about how to move them, because at the moment, I store them in containers, as you know, but I store them in the largest container that they are in, I think, is not one that can be loaded. So at the moment, the ones that aren't in an LMC are in an LSU. I could transfer them all to a large amphora rack, which is what I intend to do in the longer term anyway, but I also don't know if a large amphora rack can be loaded because it's something you can pick up. I don't know if it can also be loaded or not. So it might be a little bit of a faff doing some transferring, but on the other hand, if I do a bit of a stash busting blitz at Brambleheim first, then maybe I wouldn't have to move so many. You know, we'll see. We'll see. Hello, Ruffle. How are you doing? Is there a way to store frags so they don't decay? Tantail, other than in an LMC or on Toons? No, but I do store all of my most precious ones in containers in LMCs. I've got three LMCs just for frags. One of them on Exodus. Hello, El Regis. How you doing? Hello, Kelva. How you doing? Lurking as well. You have so many camellia wood shafts, Myra. We've just done another archaeology wood ceiling at the manor at Thorspring. We did grapewood this time. But I went looking through my archaeology wood stash that I'd got there to test out on ceilings, and then realised that I didn't have any of the ones that I use least often. I don't think there was any camellia wood in my stash because I was looking at the sort of like the less colourful ones just to see if any kind of inspiration struck. You keep every frag, Vulcan. I think to be honest, like I get the whole restore everything, but as somebody who struggles to stay on top of a restoration at the best of times.
Invaders!
Well, we've been invaded by, oh my goodness, we've got cats. Hello, cats, and everybody who's joining. I'm going to say hello to them again in about 30 seconds because they are probably going to get some pre-rolls. But let's say hello. Yeah, processing frags often means they don't decay. Well, that doesn't stop them decaying, Madoon. It just moves the decay to something else until you actually have a finished item, though, right? So do you guys with thousands of frags just lose a bunch? It depends on the quality of them and how long you leave them, Tan. Certainly I have lost some frags, and hopefully anybody who's just joined with cats is now not suffering from pre-rolls. So hello, Raiders. Nice to see you. We are over at the Lunalong on Xanadu in Worm Online, for anybody who is not familiar with Worm Online. And this is an impalong, which is a big community event where people come and improve and enchant one another's stuff for free, for fun and for love. So we've just got here. So it's really good to see you all and welcome to the stream. Yeah, Tantail, I've definitely lost some fragments that way. Because my archaeology is quite high, the quality of my fragments tends to be higher. So I probably haven't lost that many. I do wonder sometimes, though, where one of my backpacks has burst, because I used to keep them in backpacks and I don't anymore. Like, I've had 1 or 2 backpacks burst and found just a pile of frags on the floor, and I always kind of wonder just how many backpacks burst, and like I don't know if I've lost any frags that way as well. But yeah, it's risky, which is why I have LMCs where I keep the more valuable ones, like the statue frags that are harder to get hold of, like any rare fragments. I actually keep my weapons and tools in LMCs as well, so it's mostly the low difficulty ones, or the more commonplace ones that are at risk of popping, but not exclusively. I have actually got quite a lot of completely unidentified frags out of an LMC at the moment, which is not great. Barrels and barrel racks. Yeah, I know that's that's you, Myra and Bun. I think both are barrels and barrel racks. I am a pet bowls in large amphora, or pet bowls in sort of in an LSU if you've got somewhere nice to tuck it and hide it. But I am, as we know, a pet bowls advocate when it comes to those. It did take some time to get that ceiling up. What do you mean? You mean because we kept doing it wrong? We may have made a mistake or two on the ceiling. We also got it up, started testing colours, and then completely forgot about it for 2 weeks. But we got there in the end. It was only a 5-tile ceiling, for goodness sake. We got there in the end. We got there. Fragments don't have to be high QL, even with high archaeology. Yeah, it doesn't guarantee that they're higher, but on average you will have higher quality frags. I don't actually know if it's related to skill or if it's related to gear, but because I'm using high quality tools and I'm using high quality papers, and tend to be getting good high quality caches. I imagine that all of those factor in a little bit, but yeah, skill certainly factors into it a certain amount, because every so often I find frags from somebody who's quite new to archaeology, and they have a bit of a ceiling on QL, whereas mine have a bigger range, but certainly I can still get some crap ones from time to time. You heard about my pet bowls tip, cats? Yes. See? Thank you. The thing is, it's two things, right, with the pet bowls. It's ease of creation, because when you're trying to keep them in satchels, or even things like buckets or barrels or whatever, several actions to make one of those. They have to actually be created with parts. Pet bowls, you just chop them straight off a log, and they would be perfect. They would be great. They would probably be better than any of the alternatives for me, even if the only benefit was that you chopped them straight off a log. But even better than that, you chop them off a log at pretty much the quality of the log, if you've got decent carpentry skill. So with a high quality log, you can just chop off a whole load of containers, like one swipe per container, and they will almost never take decay. Like I've repaired a couple of decay on a couple of my pet bowls, and I have hundreds of them. So yeah, satchels, they take damage so fast. Backpacks too, and that's how we get burst backpacks and frags all over the floor. Hello, Frosted Rainbow, how are you doing? Also, I think I said hello, Raiders, but if there was anybody who waved specifically and I missed you, I'm very, very sorry. Anyway, yes, so we're at the Lunalong. If you haven't been here before, or you haven't been to an impalong before, as I said, it's a community event where people will come and imp and enchant one another's stuff for free. It's a good place to come and get some skills up, to help imp other people's things up, or if you have a priest who has over 70 channeling, you can also come and help enchant stuff up, as well as a good place to come and get your stuff imped up. And whatever skill level you're at, there's usually something there that you can work on at your skill level. That said, I had a look around earlier, and I'm slightly worried that I might have just shown up to an impalong where everything is so well in hand, there's not going to be anything for me to imp, but we'll find out. So we've got our main imping building over here, and this is actually a pretty standard setup for impalongs now. Wherever you go to them, you'll usually find that there is one building that is all imping, and you usually have a priest floor, a what I call hot crafts floor, so that's where all the forges are, and a cold crafts floor, and the Lunalong is no different on this one. The forges and the cold crafts are the opposite way round than they are at a lot of other impalongs. So this middle floor here, this is where your weapons and your metal tools and your armor and your shields and things go. They've got named forges. I'm mousing over renter forges at the moment. They've got named forges that you put your stuff in. So let's just go and have a look. Your math is limited to count with hundreds. Pet bowls can't hold 100 fragments. Yeah, no, they can't. They can only hold 72. But you can fit more pet bowls in something than you could, say, satchels or buckets or whatever can hold 100. So you don't lose out on frags in your storage. It just means that they're in slightly more containers than they would be in any other kind. But on the plus side, much, much easier to make those containers. So them being in 72s doesn't bother me a jot. Right, yes, so middle floor. This is where you come and drop. We've got a chainmail forge over there, 2 blacksmithing forges, there's a jewellery smithing one around here somewhere, weapons, another jewellery, big stuff. What's in big stuff? Nothing at the moment. And there's probably one somewhere for shields. There we go, shields and plate over there, and we've got one just for horseshoes over here as well, plus a few crafting forges. On the top floor, where we've got cold crafts. I know, cats, the 8th one already. It's amazing, isn't it? I've been coming to these since, I want to say since 2020, so I've come to 5 of them. On the top floor, you've got things like papyrus making, clay, leather working, cloth tailoring, carpentry, masonry. All of those ones are up here. So again, there's chests and coffins and things. Oh, yeah, fishing poles. So places where you drop your items off. Before you drop anything off, make sure you have your full character name on it. And and there are limits to the amount of things you can bring to be imped across most events like this. The general rule is don't take the mickey, because people are doing it for free on their time, but there are specific rules for most events usually. And that reminds me, let me just pop a link in, because you can see what the rules for this event are about what you can bring and how it all works over on the forums. Keeping the cold crafts well away from the plague pit. I think the plague pit happens across multiple levels, doesn't it? Do you know? I don't. It must do, right? Your chances of getting diseased, they're based on the tile that you're on, and Worm is sort of effectively kind of like partly a 2D world, right? So I'd imagine that this is all still plague pit, right? Even with the priests downstairs, but I don't actually know for sure. I'm sure I've gotten diseased at impalongs when there didn't seem to be anybody else standing on my tile, but I would not swear to it. So there we go, that's the upper floors, and then back down on the ground floor where I started, that is the priest pit, or priest enchanting area. The reason I now call them all priest pits is because I have a book called Massacre at the Priest Pit, where one impalong one time a dragon escaped on a load of AFK priests and listeners. But so down here is where you can get your stuff enchanted, and in here it would go in these containers at the back. So as I said, you pop your name on something, you want to get it imped up to 70 or higher first. There's a ruffle. Yeah. And then there are some lovely priests here who will enchant your stuff with whatever enchants match the shelf that you put it in. And the target for both imps and casts is to try and get things above 70. It does, Vulcan. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, and the reason, you can't, as Vulcan's saying, you can't have merchants above one another on tiles, because it effectively, Worm treats it as a 2D environment in a lot of ways. And so for anybody who's ever gone to my market on release, Little Venice, and spent any time exploring the shops there, a lot of the design of Little Venice, the layout of it was very, very carefully worked out so that I could stagger merchants on the upper floors and lower floors at open windows, so you could shop through the windows or through the balcony on your way sailing through. But in order to do that, it meant that I had to stagger them, so the kind of like the layouts of all of the shops are very carefully worked out and staggered so that I could effectively have a merchant on every outward facing tile across 2 different levels, across most of the kind of the canal facing tiles on 2 different levels. But yes, so we've got that's the imping building, but there's actually a whole lot more besides. There's a maze over here. I assume they've already done a maze run so far, this event, have they? I wasn't here for it. Ruffle looking very stylish. Yeah, that's her, that's Raspberry, that's her faux priest. My faux priest is actually here somewhere. Why isn't she showing up in local? Hang on. There we go. Right, my faux priest has been sat AFK in the arena in a safe pen, just in case a GM starts spawning stuff, because my other hobby, one of my other hobbies of many hobbies in Worm, as anybody who knows me, is collecting GM named spawns. So there you go, there's my faux priest over there. She's just lurking in a pen, keeping an ear out and an eye out for GM spawns. At an impalong, it's quite, you have to, you want to, if you want to do this, you need to position your person far enough away from the imping station, if possible, that they can't hear the imping sounds, or at least that the imping sounds are a lot quieter. And the reason for that is that when a GM spawns creatures in, it makes a sound like the carving knife imping sound. So that's a kind of, it always throws me a little bit when I'm at an impalong and somebody starts carving something with a carving knife, and it's like my ganglia start, fluttering, or my hackles go up or something. I'm like, wait, is there a GM? And usually it's just somebody doing carpentry. But that's why I tend to have my priest posted quite a way away from the imping building. So if she hears carving sounds close to her, that is almost certainly going to be a GM starting to spawn stuff. But sometimes I do still get caught out by it. Right. Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Yeah, I know cats, right? Like so much work goes into these, so much in terms of resources and planning. There are volunteers who staff all of these things because it needs multiple people helping out with it, restocking the forges and helping people with perms issues. And they often run sort of games and events at Impalongs as well. So it's a really nice social event as well, on top of the actually coming, like, imping and getting your stuff imped and getting your stuff enchanted. Often there's things like quizzes. There's a maze, which I just briefly alluded to over there behind those gates. We might be able to see it from the top. So this one's got a maze, and they do maze runs. Some impalongs at the DRF that we ran back in Easter, we were catapulting cows, among other things, and playing Find the Cheese. At the Friendalong, which happens in the summer over on Pristine, you can see sort of half the maze. It's a gate maze, so the lag can sometimes eat you if the creatures don't. At the Friendalong, they play lawn darts, where you lob yourself off a tower and try to die on the correct tile, and we play fish slaps. Do you know what? I can't remember. We've got another Blackmore Impalong coming up for the first time in some years in just a few weeks, another Impalong on SFI. And I went to the last one of those before Shrimpy stopped doing them, and I think that was 2019. I feel like it was 2019. We did scavenger hunts there, but that was my first ever Impalong in Worm, so I probably remember less distinctly the things that were unusual about that one, because it was all new to me then. But so there's lots of fun stuff besides imping and enchanting that goes on at Impalongs as well, and it requires just a lot of time and resource and care, and often, that resource costs quite a lot of in-game coin. We're talking all of the materials are provided at Impalongs, so they end up working up stocks of, hundreds or thousands in some cases of any material type for imping, for sacking, for favour for the priests. So there are imping materials provided here. I've actually brought a log of my own with me, although I haven't got it enchanted, and I probably should have. Because most of the materials will be sort of between 70 to 80, because 70 is the target quality that you imp up to. I've brought one of my, 90-something logs with me, because my assumption is, this late in the day, they've probably, carpentry's normally pretty well covered, but I might find some vehicles that I can tink up a bit. There we go, I've got a 96 QL log with me. Robbie, you found out items hanging on walls count towards the item count on the tile they are above. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Speaking of which, I had one of my chandeliers fall off the ceiling in Cair Paravel, and I'm miffed about it because we took all the scaffolding down, and all of the others are fine, but I've been keeping an eye on them, and I'm going to have to build scaffolding to put that back up, and that annoys me. I just found it on the floor, and I was like, what's that doing? And then I realised it must have dropped off the ceiling in the way that sometimes we have things drop off the walls. Outrageous, you just want GMs to spawn mobs in the arena so people die and you can butcher them with your lib priests. I don't think it quite works like that. Even if people die, you still don't get access to their corpses unless they kindly release them to you. Vulcan, you've organised an Impalong on Worm Unlimited. Yeah, monumental task. Even with help, it's a monumental task, and I have so much appreciation for the people who do organise that stuff. I would not have the capacity to do something on that scale. I can contribute to those things, but I would wear myself out trying to run something like that. So I've got a lot of admiration and gratitude for the people who do. You started Worm at the Shrimpalong. Oh, Regis, nice. Lawn darts is fun. Yeah. That's true. DRF ran a few Impolites. I was at last year's Impolite. I think that was the first one that I've been to. Fell down, bun. So when we were first able to put things on walls, occasionally when you put things on upper walls and then destroy the floors underneath them, they would drop down. I don't think that's happening so much anymore. And you can now, if you try and place things on walls, you can actually place things on walls higher than the floor you're on, which is fine, unless the thing that you are placing is a lamp, or a chandelier in this case, because once you place it, you then need to be able to secure it and light it. So So that's unfortunate. I'm hoping that at some point there might be some kind of a workaround for that. It would be nice to be able to place things and light them without building scaffolding every time. But this is the only time so far I've seen something fall off a ceiling. I have seen them fall off walls before, but I think they mostly got that fixed. It doesn't seem to happen so much now. Although I suspect it still happens on occasion because there's always some bugs that go unresolved. But yeah, so we put it on the ceiling, we finished stream with it on the ceiling, and I came back a couple of weeks later and just one of them was on the floor, and I was like, why? Did all the braziers fall down too? No. Nope. Wait, where was it? Oh wait, 16, you're talking about Katz's one. 16 marble braziers fell through bridges. Oh no. I did kind of wonder if because we know sometimes things go a little bit wonky during server restarts because of the loading order. Sometimes when glitches happen, that's when they happen. I saw that somebody on the forum is talking about having lost a cared for creature, for example, which should be immune to dying from old age, but occasionally when a cared for creature dies and it's not through starvation or injury, it happens at a server restart where it's almost like the server loads the creature before it remembers that the creature's cared for and the age tick has happened first in that split second or whatever. And so I wonder if it's occasionally a server restart, particularly where there's some bug fixes or things that sometimes just sort of like give the whole of Worm a little shake and some things fall off. But I don't know. I've never actually seen something fall off a wall or a ceiling in front of me. Normally you just log back in at some point and then you'll find something somewhere that it shouldn't be. The map, actually, the rare map that I did of Thulspring, the cartography map, that has been on the wall without issue for some months at the manor at Thulspring, has fallen off the wall. And actually that didn't need a server restart to fall down again. I put it back on the wall and I went upstairs and I came back down and it was back on the floor. So who knows? Who knows? Not all bugs fixed, clearly. You showed it to Samuel, hadn't seen anything like that before. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything fall through bridges, but in fairness, I don't usually put things on bridges. I've only just started putting like lamps and things on bridges. But I know that with the platforms update, for example, when we were building Care Paravel on stream a month or so ago, you weren't able to haul up and down for things that were on platforms. So I couldn't haul the braziers up to the upper level. And I know that that's something that they addressed, but I don't know if in addressing that, I don't know if the bug fix that addressed that issue with platforms had anything to do with the chandelier. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? You think it was a poltergeist? Do you know what? If it was a poltergeist, I would totally accept that as in-game lore, as long as it was something that, like, I would quite like quirky in-game lore that showed up in strange places to explain the bugs, and maybe that would be quite a cute way to do it, or maybe it would just frustrate people. I don't know, but I'm all for more in-game lore. So I don't imagine I'm going to find much that needs imping up here, because usually carpentry, masonry, things like that are very well provisioned. But let's have a look. So these are all up to 70 plus. I could actually imp those higher if I can't find any vehicles. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to eat my words. Look at that, carpentry stuff to imp. Fine carp stuff is up and sorted. What else have we got? Fishing poles. No fishing poles. My bowyery is definitely not good enough to touch bows, but I did actually bring some things to get imped up because my stuff is not so good. So, like, oh, actually, that's not for imping. Myra imped this beautifully. Look at that, 95. That's for enchanting, but I do need a shield imped. And also my chessboard, which I know technically doesn't need to be imped, but it's a rare and it's a pretty, and because it's a deco item, it shouldn't ever take decay. But I would just like it to be higher. And I don't know if we've got any toy makers here. It might be one of those things that actually doesn't get touched across the impalong, because toy making is a rare skill. But when you do have a toy maker around, Usually they are short of things to imp, so maybe... Have I put my name on it? Yes, I have. Maybe I'll get lucky and somebody will imp that one up for me. Given how messy the code has a reputation of being... Yeah, I'm not surprised either. It's so difficult to comprehensively squash a bug, because when you introduce anything new to the game, there might be multiple things that break just a little bit, and going and finding them all is... You're a bunny. Have we got... Oh, I'm a horse. I'm a hell horse. We've got shenanigans afoot. Is the shenanigans showing themselves? I can't see. Ah! Hello. You threw me, Bun, because I thought you were Pom. It could be Pom. It could be another GM. They have not revealed themselves yet, but clearly there is some shenanigans happening, and Bun deserves a proper greeting. So there you go. So apparently I'm a pony. I was so busy talking shenanigans. Absolutely. So there are some things up in carpentry that I can imp. I'm also just going to go and have a look at the vehicles. See, there was already a troll here. I'm just looking to see where the shenanigans are happening. Not down on the priest floor yet. Suspicious. So you can bring vehicles to an impalong to get those imped as well, which is well worth doing, because vehicles are one of the things that really, really benefit from being higher quality. So if you want your cart or wagon or sled imped, this is the imping area for those. As you can see, there's some overflow because all of the slots are filled up. You can also bring boats here to get imped. And I know that J Popper was here last weekend. Don't know if we've got him in local now. Yes, we have. There you go. J Popper's here and probably has been or is possibly currently doing boat imping, although I think the dock is just out of local. But so you can, and there might be other boat impers here as well. In fairness, it's not just J Popper, but half of my boats are made by JP. So at the docks where you park your boat, if you come to the Lunalong, you can also get your boats imped up if you're lucky. You heard that a lot of Notch's code wasn't documented at all. Even Rolf wouldn't touch it because he didn't know what it did. I do know what I hear a lot of stories like that. I mean, not specifically about Notch's code, but I sort of... I wonder a little bit with things like fishing, because Titch was building the fishing system that we now have in game, and Titch very sadly passed away before it was finished. And I wonder sometimes with the fishing system where there are some things like the ways that we know that it works, and then there are some ways where we're not quite sure if that's how it works. And having spoken to some people who should be more in the know about it, I'm not sure everybody knows exactly how that works. Or, you know, if there were things in there that were in progress that nobody quite knows how to finish off the way that Titch intended. So I always wonder if some of the kind of the quirks in the fishing system are a similar thing, because I don't really know anything about coding, but I imagine that for code as complex as this, you do have a really hard time just picking up somebody else's work and understanding what they've done to get to that point. Frosted Rainbow, you still need to try this game. You should try this game. It's a great time to try it because we are in the thick of both event season and impalong season. We've just had in-game Halloween events. We are coming up for Black Friday sales, assuming they do it again. I don't think there's been any rumours on the forums yet, but I would be amazed if they don't. So we're coming up to everybody buying all of their premium and silver if you buy that season, sometime in the next week, probably. And then we've got the Christmas event coming up. We don't yet know what that will be, but they always do us fun things for Christmas as well. There's like a mini New Year's event that if you happen to be one of those people who spends their New Year in Worm, which I have been for the past few years, there's always like a little something that happens at New Year. And then again for Valentine's. So we're right in the thick of like 6 months of event season, which is a really good time to get into the game. but also means that there's impalongs happening all over the place. So whether you joined the Northern Freedom Isles cluster or the Southern Freedom Isles cluster, there are impalongs happening on both. And impalongs are a great place for new players to come and get some of their stuff at a way higher quality than they would otherwise be able to get it enchanted without having to pay anything to get it that way, and to meet people, make friends, get a feel for the community. So it's a very good time to come and try Worm out. Pom alert. There she is. There she is. I thought it would be Pom lurking. Right, you know what? I came all the way back up here, and what I didn't do was go actually examining those vehicles, which I meant to. So the question is, though, is Pom up to shenanigans in the arena? Just checking in on my foe priest. I can't see anything yet. She may not be here to cause trouble in the arena at all. She might just be here for mischief and fun, but we'll see. We'll see. Also, it's been a little while, so I suppose I should probably just tell people once again. I'm streaming in local, just in case. So let's have a look at these. So that one's 85. These ones are clearly have been looked after already. 90. 75 on that one. Wait, oh, it's going a bit fast now. 90 on that one. Look at all of these rare cards. 77 on that one. So although the target's 70 and these are all over target, these are ones that I could take higher. I don't know if you can hear it, but that sound right there, that's normally the sound of a GM spawning, but in this case it's somebody doing carpentry. In fact, I think it's J Popper improving tables and things. But like, my ears just pricked up for that exact reason, because I know we've got Pom around, and I was like, is that spawns? It's not spawns, we're good. Yeah, so 70 is the target to get all of these above, but if people have got higher carpentry and they've got high enough quality logs, which includes me, they will often go trying to tink them up a bit further. Oh! Did a horse have a baby? We've got a we've got a baby horse that does not appear to be. It's obviously not going to be hitched to something. That one's up to 89. I think the vehicles are well covered. So I could go up top and I could do some carpentry. 76 on that one. There's a couple still in the mid-70s. Hello, Draka. Lovely to see you. Hi, Memers, too. I don't know when you snuck in, Memers, if I said hello to you, but if I didn't, hello, Memers. She might be about to murder folk. You never know, Madoon. Do you think we should maybe not start imping stuff just in case she's about to do a murder? I have done I think we did it at the DRF, right? Because I've been streaming before at Impalongs. There's that sound again. I've been streaming before at Impalongs when we've had arena shenanigans, and because I've usually got Eshri there, I can try and show you the absolute chaos that is trying to pull things out of an arena without dying and without them dying to take them home. It's okay if they're things that you can just lead straight off bat, but a lot of the things that I bring home from Impalongs are GM-named spawns which require taming first. And there's a whole load of complications around trying to tame something when you are being attacked, and there are a lot of other things that will attack it as soon as you tame it. Made slightly easier by having a foe priest, but still pretty dangerous, and Eshri came within sort of about 5% of death in terms of her health last weekend, because I was getting a lot of lag and I kept freezing out in the arena. It nearly went horribly, horribly wrong. She's just said in local that she's about to do a murder. Okay, all right. You know what? Let's go and get in a position to peek. And depending on what she decides to spawn for murder, I suppose that will affect. There you go. There's a Chris Eubank left over. I tried to leave some of the passives that were spawned last weekend into pens so that other people could adopt them if they want to. I think most of them are now gone. There might be a couple of pigs around. There you go. There's an Amy Swinehouse over there that I left in a pen. Somebody's a cat. But yeah, depending on what Pom spawns, that will affect whether I go wading in to fight stuff as Crim, or whether I go wading in on Eshri to try and hike stuff out. But I'm just going to relog my foe priest in a high-res client, so that if we want to go in taming and rescuing, I can actually show you what I'm doing on Estuary, not on a scavenger client, which is what she was on, which is a really low resolution, small windowed client. Well, she's just keeping an eye on stuff in the background. So let me just reload her in a better client, just in case I need her. Wonder if she'll take a new heart for her collection. She got a few kills off. Last weekend, there are some bodies lying about, left over from last weekend's shenanigans when I was here. And I think I was here for at least 2 lots of arena spawning. I think there were probably more at other times. Right, there we go, that's Estuary. But so there you go, there's the remains of some bodies here. There were actually quite a lot more than this. So these are evidently just the ones that haven't yet been rescued. I think we had sort of 6 or 7 corpses stacked up outside the arena when I left last. Olafus has been doing... Oh, great. Okay, yeah. Clearly some people have been doing vehicles. Unleash the snowballs. You know what? I don't have any snowballs, and that's... Oh, my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen anybody turned into a seal with shoulder pads on before, but that looks strange and kind of awesome, but also kind of strange, because it looks like this little baby seal has got big robot flippers. Also, it's Seraphina, and we like Seraphina, so we'll give her some applause. Apparently I am still in... I've got... My shoulder pads are doing something rather strange, as a hell horse. I suppose technically that's shoulders. That sounds like arena spawns. Right, let's go and have a look. Oh, kitty cats, why you do this to me? Harry Potter. Okay, we're going to switch to Estuary. Super quick, and try not to get ourselves into too much trouble. Thankfully, because she's a sweetheart and she spawned these first, I might have a chance of getting one out before she drops a load of goblins and trolls on my head, but we'll see. So this is going to attack me while I'm trying to charm it. Because I'm playing a faux priest, a lot of creatures that would be aggressive to other people aren't aggressive towards me. But as soon as she drops something like trolls, scorpions, anything like that, those will go for Estuary, and they will go for anything that Estuary has tamed. But I'm quite a fan of kitty cats, so she gave us kitty cats first. And whilst those other ones get slaughtered, I'm just going to move this one somewhere safe. Now, usually what I would do is I would have other toons logged in as well, and I'm going to try just logging in a couple of scavenger client toons. But if the stream starts to struggle, you let me know and I will log them back out, because if I can, I'm going to try handing this off. That's not my one. I'm going to try handing this off to another toon, because you can only have one creature tamed at a time. Let's just temporarily pull this one into a hotel room and hope that nobody is asleep in this bed. Nope. Right. I'm going to log a toon on. I'm going to try and hand it off to that toon. Something else has just spawned in the arena because I can hear it. But I need to not get distracted and concentrate. So I'm going to log another toon on. I'm going to very briefly just go and peek at Crim and see what is happening in the arena. Oh, it's snakes. I'm quite happy to ignore snakes. They cannot be tamed. So I'm just running another toon over to Estuary. If you've never handed off pets before, the way you do it, it does still do a check based on the recipient's taming skill. So the toon that you're handing it to needs to type /invitations, and they will get some text about you'll now accept invitations to change kingdom and religion, but that's also the stuff that you need to accept pets from other people. So once they've done that, they will be open to accepting pets, and I'll show you how you hand off to a toon. I'm just going to walk an alt in and make sure that he doesn't have a weapon equipped, because if this goes wrong, this cat may untame and attack him. And then you right-click the toon you want handed off to, assuming they've already done the invitations thing, and you've got these options for your pet. So I'm going to gave it away without issue. Thankfully, champion cats are not too They don't require too much taming skill. So even somebody with relatively low taming can probably take one off you. I would not be able to hand off things like champion bears to him, or anything bigger, but sort of dogs, deer, cats, maybe some other things like pheasants. Those ones I can do. So Eshri is also very, very low on water. We're just going to have a drink because we don't want her running out of stamina halfway through the arena. I can hear something else has just been spawned as well. How much taming do you need to get a champ chook from a Sampo? You don't need any taming at all, Tantail, because chooks can be led without taming. So if they spawn anything that I can lead... Oh, kitty cats! Audrey Hepburn. So if they spawn things that you can just lead in the wild, any kind of passives... Let's try and get this one. If they spawn things that you can lead in an arena or at a Sampo, you can just lead them away and load them. But things like deer and pheasants, for example... Just check that that is still going, and it is. Get my rope ready. Things like deer and pheasants, we've got it. Oh, except something's attacking me. There we go. I'm just going to get this cat safely out of the arena before something else attacks it. Oh! Now, the reason that everything has just started attacking it that normally wouldn't is because I didn't put my my favour back up. So a Faux Priest is only not a target to things as long as their favour is above 30. And because I'm streaming and doing 100 things, I completely forgot to do that, which is why they'll also have taken a swipe at this. So I'm going to eat a gem, get my favour back up, and although, in fact, they've dropped immediately to white. Look at that. Oh no, rats! Rat Damon. So let's get this lion somewhere. I probably could hand off a lion to one of my toons with lower taming, but I don't have a whole lot of time to try right now. I could hand it off to Crim. So, tell you what, let's run Crim round, and she can take hold of this one. So, if we do that, right, we're now on Crim. This is the chaotic process even when I'm not streaming, particularly because I usually have multiple toons there. So on Crim, I also need to do the / invitations thing. But this gets so much more chaotic when trying to do it on stream. So I'm sorry if I'm going to be missing things in chat, and I will try and go and catch up on them. But you might just have to bear with me for a little bit while I do. So let's close Crim. Got Eshri. Wait, that's the wrong one. Let's. Right, let's minimize Crim. Go back to Eshri, and we're going to... She should be all right. I wouldn't try doing it out in the open like this if it was somebody with lower taming, but it shouldn't be a problem handing it off to Crim. Normally, I would try and get them in a pen first, so we gave her away without issue. She is now Crim's pet. And more things have just spawned in the arena, because I can hear them. What have we got? Sounds like crocodiles. So normally I would move them safely into a pen, because every time you try and hand off something, even to somebody who's got taming, there is always a risk that they'll fail their tame check when you try and hand it off to them. And one of two things will happen. Either they will just fail to take over control of the animal, or if it's a big failure, there's also goblins in there as well. Hang on, what are the goblins? We got dobbies, the crocs are crikeys, and the rats are rat daemons. Even if it's a big fail, the creature will become untamed and therefore will start attacking. So at a community event, I would very much caution against doing the thing that I just did, unless you are very certain that the person that you're handing it off to can take it over, because you do run the risk of releasing an aggressive creature outside, which you then need to go and deal with before it attacks anybody else. I think the rat daemons are probably... Yeah, the rat daemons are all gone. I do like ratties, but I've already used up two of the characters' tame slots that I've got here. I do actually have another alt here, but she has next to no taming skills, so she could only manage a small, passive or something like that. Like if we got things like more cats, she could probably manage one of those. What have we just had spawned? Geese with a spoon. Geese with a spoon. We've got pheasants! We love pheasants. Okay, like that, for example. She could manage one of those. So let's charm one of these. Check my favour this time because a pheasant will go down in one hit. Thankfully, because I ate a gem, charming this is not going to drop my favour below the threshold, so this shouldn't get attacked by anything else that isn't attacking me. But if she goes and spawns more goblins, for example, or trolls or something else, they would probably take it out in one hit, but I think we've gotten lucky. So we're now going to go and log in another tune and give this pheasant to that tune. The crikey's got somebody last time. Oh, right. Conditional love. Let me go and just catch up on chat. Oh my god, there's more things spawning. Age of Champion features. I bet that's going to be cave bugs, because this is Pom and I know Pom. Yeah, look at that. Right. Cave bugs. I'm alright, I've got those. So, we're just going to take this pheasant back to a pen, not because if I fail to hand it over, it's going to go attacking somebody, but because pheasants are really hard to catch in the wild. They seem to be a little bit less hard now. When you first unload a creature, now there seems to be a bit of a pause before they try and go running, whereas it used to be you were playing a little bit of a game of chicken. Anytime you unloaded a passive creature, there was always a chance it would bolt, and the same happens the moment that you untame them. But because this is a pheasant, and also age plays a factor, so because this is a young pheasant, this is about as easy to hand over as a creature can be. Pheasants are very low difficulty in terms of taming, and the younger a creature is, the easier it is to tame. Which also means when you are out in the wild taming things, if you've got a choice of things to pick which one you tame, go for the youngest one there. First, because if you want to care for it, it gives you longer to care for before it's likely to keel over of natural causes, but also because it will be easier on you in terms of taming skill. So I'm going to log on another priest, not a faux priest, who has been standing here. And I'm going to try and hand that pheasant off. I don't actually need to be in the pen with her when I do it. And I'm sorry, I still haven't had a chance to catch up on chat. I know I haven't. I will go and do it in just a second. And that's going to be me almost out of taming slots. I will then only have Eshri's taming slot left, because you can't load a tamed creature in a cage, for example, and then tame another. That creature is still tamed by you. What I can do, and I do sometimes do in a pinch, is put creatures in these pens and let the tame drop on them, and then I just have to hope that nobody goes in and kills them or runs off with them before I get a chance to come and retame them and put them in cages later. So, right, here's my Vin Priest. She's also going to type invitations. And hopefully we can hand this off to her without issue. Whoa, look at that. She fails to take control, so that's one of the two fail options, but if I had the critical failure, if you like, it would have said Geese with a Spoon is tame no more. So we're going to try again and hope. There we go. We've given it away. So Olivet now has control of that pet. I'm down to my last tame slot on Eshri. While I run back, let me go and have a look. Harry Potter. Lots of cats. Yes. Brain definitely not logged on today. Outrageous, you left your good armor at home because you came through the town portal. I mean, as long as you've got some armor, you can probably dip into and out of an arena, but you do have to be quite careful because they can get very overwhelming very, very fast. I recommend staying very close to a gate so that you can back out at the first sign of trouble. And I've just heard her spawn a lot more things. I think now when we go look at the arena, it's going to be absolute chaos. Crim's still standing there AFK with her pet. That's fine. That's not likely to untame anytime soon. But I ought to just go and put it in a cage with her. We'll see what else she spawned in the arena first. What I tend to do is the priority is getting things out first, and then I usually reach a point where the arena has become so chaotic. Although this is not that point. Crabbies! I have already got Sebastians. We usually reach a point where the arena gets so chaotic that I'm not going to be taming anything anytime soon, and so then I go and load them all into cages. Now, I already have Sebastian Crabs, I already have Paddington Bears. And I've already got a crikey crocodile, so I'm okay. But I am gonna eat a little gem, because if something spawns that I want to tame, I need her to be over 70 favour at the point that she starts taming, because Charm Animal, which is the spell that she's using as a faux priest to tame things, Charm Animal costs 40 favour, and I need to not drop below 30. So in an arena, the goal is to always be above 70 favour, basically. Wow, that's loud. Let me just turn this down a little bit, and then while we keep an eye on the arena, those beautiful big crabs, alas, the big ones, you cannot charm. I would love to take those home. They are not charmable. Let's turn the volume down on all of the other tunes. We're going to turn it down just a little bit on Eschery and Crim. While we keep an eye on this, I'm going to go catch up on chat. But yes, alas, these cannot be tamed, awesome as they are. So let me keep catching up on chat. Yeah, so El Regis, even if you haven't got your best armor, as long as you've got some armor, you could still do this. Just do it with great care. I'm tempted to switch back to Crim for a minute. She's about to spawn more things, I know she is. Oh, we got Hellscorps. Yeah, those are not friendly. Now might be a good time to go and put things in cages, so we're going to switch back to Crim for a minute. Right. Should be switching back to Crim. There we go. We're going to switch back to Crim, and we're going to go and put this lion safely in a cage. Because there is a chance that its tame could drop, but it's acting nervous. So sooner we get it in a cage, the better. You've not seen those crabs before, Vulcan, really? I've seen them a few times. Like I've only ever seen them spawned at impalongs. They are pretty awesome. We do sometimes get Valray mobs and unusual things, and occasionally some jackal mobs spawned at impalongs in arenas. None of them are tameable. They're not things that you can take home, so they are purely spawned for people to enjoy fighting. I can hear something else has just been spawned in the arena as well. What is it? Don't mind me, I'm just checking back. Oh, zombies. Wait, no, not zombies. You know what? Let's look at what I'm doing. Stopped in a lion. Right, what has just been spawned? You can also check event, because it will tell you, but it'll only tell you the name of the thing they've spawned. So she spawned lots of legs. It's the spiders. Let me see if there's anything else spawned. I don't think so. I think that was the last one. But event moves so fast at these things that it can be quite hard to keep track. You can also look at the combat tab and see what people are fighting, to see if there's a name that you weren't expecting. But I think I know about all of these ones already. So I don't think she spawned anything that I haven't clocked yet. I think we're good. Spiders can also not be tamed. Right, let's go back to Crim. Yeah, spiders can't be tamed by anybody. Neither can snakes. If I were here on a mag priest, I could tame, for example, Hellscorpiuses and scorpions and things like that. But I don't collect those, so they are not something that I take home. So I'm going the wrong way. I need to be going that way. Yeah, jackal mobs. I also miss Jackal Vulcan, and I've been kicking myself ever since. She's just spawned something else. Every time I start walking, I hear that. I hear that carving knife sound again. Right. What is it? Oh, it's soul demons. Let me show you soul demons. For anybody who's not seen them before, these things right here, this is another kind of Valray mob. There are Hellscorps in here, so I'm probably going to get attacked when I step in, but I'll try and give you a slightly better view. If you've never seen a soul demon, except perhaps in statue form, there you go, that is a soul demon. You are my sunshine. But I am, of course, getting attacked by Hellscorps because they are not faux priest friendly. So I'm just going to go back over here. Let's move this. And detarget that. So hopefully it will change its mind and go find something else to fight. We've just had something else spawn too. Sandra Bullocks, more bulls. Now, because these are passive and can be led without taming, I'm going to run in and try and grab some to pull out for other people. I've already got one of these, but you can make use of the action queue here. Because you'll start attacking as soon as something attacks you, you can cancel the attack action to then get the lead action that you just started. So if we try and lead that one, and again, cancel attack, now it will lead. I am taking a few hits. I'm trying to go for the youngest ones first, because those are the ones that are going to be easiest for people to hold on to and take some time to find care slots for, but I think that's probably all the young ones. So let's have one of those, one of those. If I cancel the attack action, I'm now leading 4, which is my maximum. I'm just going to pull these out of the arena for anybody who would like them. I will also put some in the side pens over there, but some people won't step into the arena at all. So I'm just going to pop these here in case anyone would like them, and tell people in local as well. And I can hear more things being spawned. Somebody's just done a heal, which is very kind of them, because I was injured. Wait, which one am I still leading? This one. Sandra Bullock. In fact, I'm going to... Have I still got a tune? No, I haven't got a tune over here. I'm going to stop leading that. If I can stick a couple more inside pens, I will. But it's looking pretty chaotic in there. Soul Demons, you see all the time for treasure maps. So you've never had treasure maps spawn the crabs? Yeah, I guess they don't spawn jackal mobs at us, do they? They just spawn Valro mobs at us. Right, what else was just spawned? Because we heard something spawn. Oh, goblins, great. Great. Yeah, and there's another Hell Scorp on me. I kind of like, I want to move those bulls into a pen, but some of them will get slaughtered. People will just slaughter them. They're also quite good if you're in the arena and you have a life transfer weapon, which a lot of people do. Sometimes you need to switch away to an easier to kill mob to get your health back up, which unfortunately is what happens to a lot of passives that get spawned in arenas, but also some people just kill them because they'll kill anything in an arena for skill. I don't imagine there's too many people that actually collect animals that want to bring them home, but these pheasants are probably not going to last a great deal of time. Right. I think we know everything that's spawned in the arena at the moment. So, tentatively, I'm going to switch back to Crim, and probably as soon as I do, she's going to spawn something else, but yep. The second I tabbed away, it's like she knows. What has she spawned now? This is my life at Impalongs in arenas. What have we got? Something. I Want a Hug has just arrived. What's I Want Hugs? It's usually something pinchy, like crabs or scorpions, but not necessarily. So I don't think it's more Hell Scorps. Those are Return of Dobbies. We're going to have to move to see, I think. We're looking for... Oh, they're trolls. I fell right into that trap. And they're champion trolls as well. Nah. As you can see, they're all now following me to this gate. But actually only 2 have tagged me, so I'm okay. Now I know what's there, though. I'm actually going to go for... I'm going to go back into the arena and into one of the side pens where I'll have a slightly better view past some of those Soul Demons. So let's go over here. I'm going to step right to the back of the pen, and I'm going to stop fighting the thing that was fighting me. And I'm just going to wait here for a minute on Eshri and hope that these ones deag and go and find something else to hit. So that if something else spawns that I want to tame, everything is not hitting me the second I step out of the pen. That champion troll, though, that's definitely going to try and hug me when I leave. So, for the fifth time lucky, let's try going back to Crim, where I am still standing with my Paudry Hepburn. Melphis is still standing in a hotel room with his kitty cat. Olivette is standing just outside her her pheasant's pen. So I've got 2 gnars here, each with 4 cages in, which means I can have 1 creature for each of these toons loaded into some cages. Let's just... What do you mean I'm too far away? Let's repair these first. Because cages need repairing often. They will take damage anytime you put things in them. Pom is watching me. She might be watching. But also, this is just Pom's way. She'll just wait till you think you're safe. And I've been in a lot of arenas with Pom as well, and she waits for the squishy ones to walk in, and then she drops more things on their head. That's just her idea of having fun. So she might not be watching. She might just have excellent timing generally because she's Pom. Right, so we've repaired all of those. I'm going to actually unload all 4 of them because we're going to need at least 3 right now, and probably going to need a 4th shortly. There's 2 cages. I move a little bit each time just to make it easier to select them, because otherwise they all spawn on the same, all unload on the same spot. There's the 3rd one, and the 4th one. So you can't load a creature that's injured. This one has actually now healed itself. It's just had a natural healing tick. But if you bring out a creature that's quite injured, or even just a little bit injured, you do need to patch it up before you try and load it. When you load a creature into a cage that you have tamed, only the person who has tamed it can load that cage into a vehicle. So you can't just stick them all in cages and leave them for somebody else to load. It has to be the tamer, or in this case, the person who took over as tamer when the pet was given away, that does the loading. Which also means, for example, Olivette is not going to be able to load hers. She's not strong enough to load things into boats. So although Olivette has got that pheasant tamed over there, she doesn't have the body strength to load it. She is literally just sitting and holding it in a tame slot until I can give it to a toon who can. So, to be honest, I can probably go and log Olivette off. Let me see. It looks tame. It's probably going to stay tame for a while, so I think I can just log her off. It will log off with her. She's got because she's not on her home deed, it'll take her 60 seconds to log out. But they're going to log off together, and that's 1 less client running. While I run back, we've got a death. Grilmoe slain by several things. So Pom's got her first death. She says 1 death is lovely, but she would like more. Sandra Bullock's me. Ruffle, are you here? Did you get one of the bulls that I pulled out? I pulled the youngest ones out. But I can go and pull more out if... Yes, she's right there. There you go. Ruffle with her young Sandra Bullock. Also, Ruffle, did you get one of the... there are still some sheep left in pens in the arena, and I don't know if you picked up the one that I left in the pen down there. But if you didn't have any, I pulled out a Ewan McGregor, I think, last weekend, in case you wanted one. Sandra Bullock's, yes, Madoon. Do you also want a Sandra Bullock? We might be able to stuff one in a cage, and bring a spare home for you. See, somebody else has got one. And there's probably still a few upright in there, although they are going to be the older ones. These ones may or may not be being led. They might just be wandering. So there are still some around. Now, I could actually go in and try and fight as Crim, but you'll see how quickly it all goes horribly wrong if I do. And to be honest, there's not a lot to see, because we have this problem where all of the mobs will, of course, bunch up at the entrances, and you can't see a thing. I could try going around the other side, where there might be a slightly better view for you if I go in and fight. You wouldn't have anywhere to put it. Do you not keep cows? That surprises me. She's just spawned something else. Sherlock... Oh, fuck me, that's sheep. Hang on, Sherlock Holmes. So let's switch over to Eschery. At least I assume this is going to be sheep. Right. Can we see sheep? Yes, we can see sheep. Right. 1. Oh my god, there's Dave's. Okay, how many sheep can we grab? I missed the Dave's spawning, but let's just pull one of those out as well if we can. Or 2. So, cancel my attack action. See if we can also leave one of those. I'm getting attacked by an awful lot of things. Oh no, I might die. It might all go wrong. Oh, she so nearly got me. Whew. Right, let's let's heal. How weird am I? Your extreme multitasking. I will hang on to a sheep for you, Ruffle. Whew, that was close. How much do I want to stop and do this slowly? Do you know what? I think I might just spend gems for this one. So let's do a Light of Foe, because that's going to be quite a lot to heal. Let's stop targeting that. I've actually got Daves at home, so I don't need Daves. But I am going to just leave one of those in here. In fact, I might leave both Daves in here, unless, Ruffle, you don't collect chickens at the moment, do you? Because they need feeding. Oh, bugger, I moved when I was Light of Foeing. Let me try doing that again. So I'm going to stop leading those, because I know I don't actually need a Dave, but I've popped a couple in a side pen in case other people collect chickens. Hello, Ignatius. How you doing? We're just going to tink ourselves up a little bit. Oh, so much better. And now I'm just going to use cotton for the last bit, but I'm also, because I'm now dropped just below 30 favour, I'm going to eat another gem, because I do not want to be targeted by everything when I try and leave. Whew. You have a previous Dave? You're good for Daves? Yeah, I've got a Chaz and Dave from a previous Impalong as well. So let's have a look. Also, I noticed when I was streaming last week, for some reason the chat wasn't coming up on the side, but I didn't notice till the end of stream. We got some Pooh Bears just spawned. I do already have Pooh Bears at home, so I'm good. Eshery is now almost completely healed, and I've just, having stopped leading those two sheep, I'm going to select my rope again to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to see if there's any more that I can lead out, because sheep are quite popular. I can't actually see a thing. Oh my god, there's a Merrill sheep. You know what? There's differently named sheep. We need those. Can we find a second one? In the fray. Hiding in spiders, maybe? Right. I've got one Merrill sheep, two Sherlock Holmes, but I can't see a goddamn thing. Trying not to die. Trying not to die. That's a Sherlock Holmes. We're looking for another Merrill sheep, if we can. But, oh my god. Oh my god. I'll tell you what, we're going to lead a young Dave instead. Ooh, I can't get in that one. Let's go in this one. Let's just move a young Dave to safety. Stop bleeding. If you do collect chickens or roosters, or if you're interested in collecting chickens or roosters, it's important to know that they will keel over at aged from old age. So they need caring for sooner than most other things. Most other things will make it to venerable so long as you are feeding them. She's just spawned something else new as well. Crock pots. That's alright. Crocs are not a problem, but these champion trolls and hellscorps and lava fiends and goblins, those are a problem. Those are a problem. I couldn't see another Merrill sheep in there though, you know. You like collecting things in game? Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now, Frosted Rainbow. So it isn't some... There are lots of opportunities in Worm to collect things, but there are particular opportunities, like GMs will spawn creatures in arenas at Impalongs, like the one that we are at, for players to fight, and sometimes the things that they are spawned will be named by them. So, for example, this is just a lava fiend, and it's like any other lava fiend you might find out in the wild, but a lot of these have been given a special name by a GM, and I collect those ones because... that, you know, they don't spawn like that in the wild. They've got funny varieties of names. I've got about 400 of these, but in order to keep them alive long term, you also need to care for them, and you've got very limited care slots on any one toon. So what I'm leading around at the moment is an aged Merrill sheep and a pair of Sherlock Holmeses, which are gonna come home with me. One of those Sherlock Holmeses is going to go home with Ruffle, but I need to try and find her another Merrill sheep if she hasn't already got one. Yeah, colourful Easter eggs. There's all kinds of things to collect in this. But if animals... There we go! There we go! If, did we get it? I think we did. But if animals is your jam, there are different kinds of animals to collect in this game. Is that an exit? Oh my god. Do you know what? I'm getting pretty good at finding my way to an exit even when I can't see it. I should now have 2 pairs, so one for me and one for Ruffle. You are welcome, Ruffle. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things in this that are collectible, but unlike a lot of games, there's Crim just standing passively. Unlike a lot of games where things are sort of like earmarked as collectible items, in Worm they're not. It's just in Worm different people find things that become their collectible in Worm and make collections of them. So it's not that they're sort of like designated collectible items or creatures. It's just that in Worm we like our stuff, and some of us really like our creatures, and so we find things to get all sort of excited and collecty over. It does become a little bit of a sort of a gotta catch 'em all. Let me just check. Melphus is still in there with his cat. Yes, good. Right. Now, because these didn't need taming to lead, these can just go straight in cages, and frankly, anybody can load them into a boat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pair of these in a pen for Ruffle, and I'm going to run Melphus down with his cat and get him to just stand there leading them so that somebody else doesn't think that they are up for adoption and leads them away. So we're going to drop one of the Sherlock Holmeses, and hang on, let me just check. I have still got both Merrill Sheeps here. Yes, I do. And one of the Merrill Sheeps in there. These 2 are going to go in a cage with me, but first of all, just to make sure that somebody doesn't take them away accidentally. Oh, wait, have we got? Is she? Oh, she's here. Okay, I don't need to run Melphus down then. You can just lead them straight away. I'm accidentally climbing. So there you go. Ruffle's here, or Raspberry, which is Ruffle's priest, is here, so she can go and load her sheep. Now, I've got 3 tame slots here, and 4 cages per boat. And remember what I said about how if you load a creature in a cage and it's tamed, you can't then go and tame something else because you've got a tamed creature in a cage. You can't choose to untame something that is in a cage. You have to take it out of the cage first, which defeats the object. But what you can do is if you have a tamed creature in a cage and you cross a server border, the tame drops, but the creature does not pop out of the cage. It just means when you unload it, wherever you unload it next, it will be untamed at the point that you unload it. So given I've got 3 toons here who can both tame and load, ideally what I want to do is have 3 aggressive or creatures that need taming in one boat, along with 1 passive, so I can then get that boat sailed over across a border, make all the tames drop, and then all of those toons are eligible to tame or receive pets again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop leading him a second. I'm going to put one of the sheep in one of these cages, and I'm going to put the other sheep in a cage from the other boat. So this is sort of me doing my optimum stacking of particular boats in particular cages to make the most efficient border crossings I can. And because we are on Xanadu, it is not quick to sail my boat away and cross a border. Right, so we're going to load this one in that one. Oh, right, let me just catch up on chat. Hardest thing to collect? Very much depends on your skill, Rainbow. These are not easy to collect. This is something that I am somewhat of an expert at collecting. I don't know anybody else who is as prolific a collector of these kinds of things as me. I'm sure I've got the biggest collection in the game by some margin, of GM named spawns anyway, not necessarily the biggest tamer in the game. But there are certainly rarer items in game that people will collect that don't require taming, as in we get sort of these special PMK items, for example, which are player-made kingdom items. So they are ones that have player-made graphics loaded into the game, and they are very, very collectible. Some of those are very rare, and that is quite a common sort of collection obsession that people have. But some of those, there are so few of them in the game that it is a long time collecting to even have a hope of completing that collection, and a lot of people just never will. Some of them are so rare that on the rare occasions they do show up on the market or for trade, they go for a lot of money. Right, so we've got both of those sheep loaded. I can hear her spawning more things in the arena. So I'm just going to go running back on Eshri. I do at some point need to run Melphis down with his cat and load that in, because once it's loaded into a cage, I no longer run the risk of it untaming on a toon who's just sat AFK. So let's just lead that. Now you get the fun of watching me try to control two toons at once and trying not to walk into the water or into a wall or anything else for a moment. He's going to run that back down to a boat, and we're going to go and see what she's spawned now. Okay. So Crim has already loaded her lion. Olivet can't load hers, but Eshri still has a tame slot. I haven't currently got anything tamed on Eshri, so I can still take... Whoops, hang on, Melphis is still walking. So I can still take one more creature that requires taming home if she spawns something I want. I do already have puppies. I've got champ wolves called puppies, but oh my goodness, I can't see a thing. But I'm going to just step in here and see what else we can see. With a lava fiend that's picked up my scent. The reason I move into the side pens is because it's so much easier to see. As you can see, things bunch up at the entrances where people come and go, so you can't see anything at the entrances basically. But from the side pens, sometimes you can. Let's also have a look at what's going on over here. I think she's probably made quite a few creature spawns since... I should also tell local that I'm streaming. Hang on, wait. Oh, I wasn't on this toon. I wasn't on this toon. Let me go and do that on Crim. I think she's probably spawned several rounds of things while I was putting those away. So, there we go. Just telling people in local, once again, that I am streaming. So these lava lamps, alas, cannot be tamed and taken home, but they are also not aggressive towards Eshri. I'm just checking, even though we've already seen the pheasants, just in case she's spawned another lot of a creature type we've already seen. I don't want to discount the possibility that there are more passives in here that I don't yet have one of, but oh my god, I can't see a bloody thing. That's going to be a Dave, I assume. Another geese with a spoon over there. I think. I'm not seeing anything in here that I want that I haven't got. I don't think she spawned very many of those sheep because I can't see any more to pull out for other people. But if I see any as I'm running through, I will grab some more. Right, let me just catch up on chat. Oh, hello, Skyfalls. Draka loves collecting as well. Yeah, Draka's a collector too. Sorry, guys. So because I've been so busy running multiple toons and doing this kind of dodging in and out and trying not to die, bear with me a second while I just catch up on chat. Salty Nadrod cheers is a nice item to have. Yeah, there's sort of like there's oddities like named water. Sort of, I think, what did we say? Three or four named waters in the game, which are particularly unusual quirks that most people don't necessarily even know exists in the game, but they're around. Already got a crikey. Can't do anything with the snakes. Let's have a look. There's a twinkle toes. What are the twinkle toes? Are they going to be Hellscorps, maybe? And something else, Danger Noodle. Is that going to be a... Yep, there we go. We've got a Nessie. So this is quite commonly the sort of like the big boss, if you like, in an arena. We don't always get a big boss, but this is a popular one. So when the arena is at its most chaotic and we've had several spawns of other things, often a GM will sort of we'll drop a kind of a boss type creature into the arena, and this is so big that even in this gigantic cave, its head is stuck up through the roof. And this is a sea serpent. Or a danger noodle in this case. And this has quite a long pull range. It will attack me from pretty much anywhere in the arena. So I need to be quite careful with that because they are very aggressive. Sky, you came across a titch loom just sitting beside the road earlier. Oh, and you adopted it. Good. Hello, Willow. We're having lots of fun with your arena, so thank you for that. Just hello, Two Stone Souls. What is the danger noodle mob? Yeah, the danger noodle. Yeah, it's a sea serpent. These are quite rare to see in the wild, but you do see them in the wild. Normally, when they spawn quite near server borders. So if you're not somebody who goes sailing, you might never have seen one of these in the wild. I have bumped into a few in the wild, unfortunately for me. And if you're sailing in a light breeze or a breeze, they will outstrip you. Pretty much any boat. You want to be very, very careful if you encounter one of these in the wild, because they've got a very large ag range. They pursue you fast and for quite a long way. So if you're near a server border, if you can't fight one of these things, and they're very difficult to solo, if you can't fight one of these things and you're not being able to outrun it, depending on whether you are close to the edge of a server border or close to mainland, you want to go for either one of those things, because these won't follow you across the server border and they can't follow you into the shallows. So if you get into shallower water, they'll reach a point where they can no longer pursue you. If I watch it, you might see when it strikes, you might actually get to see its head, because they are quite cool looking. But in here, it's so big that it's actually kind of tucked up into the ceiling right now. I can hear crocs in there still, but there's still things in there that have been spawned that I don't know what they are, so... The most dangerous of danger noodles. Yeah, there's one on the southeast oceans of India at the moment. Hello, Wishbone. Hi. Welcome to chat. Yeah, okay, cool. And occasionally I have seen people lure sea serpents sort of like into a bay to try and keep them as pets. Unfortunately, they're quite hard to trap. As a lot of things are. They can't be tamed, so you can't actually tame them to keep them. You can't care for them. But theoretically, if you've got a deep enough and a big enough bay and some way to close it off, you could kite one into a bay and then lock it in there and theoretically keep it till it dies of old age. But there's lots of hazards involved in that, and I don't know, because I've never tried. It might be that, like avatars, they will spawn themselves out of enclosures if they're put in them. I don't know. I suspect probably not, though, because avatars do it, I think, because they're mission spawns in order to stop people from effectively trapping and getting a monopoly on a mission item. But yeah, I've not tried to... There's another sheep. Let's try and grab that in case anybody wants it. Yoink! Whoop, whoop, whoop! Now, I was lucky that nothing hit me before I led that, but generally speaking, if something tries to fight me, the lead action won't actually happen till I'm done fighting them. But you can, now that we've got the action queue, somebody, I can't even remember who it was, pointed this out to me a while ago. It's a game changer for picking things out of arenas, because now we've got the action queue, you can actually cancel the attack action in order to lead the thing that you were trying to lead. We've got some raging gobbledygooks. Not yet sure what those are. Rats, by the sound of it, as I'm hearing lots of ratty sounds. Now, I would quite like rats, but they might die quite fast. I'm just going to go chance it across the arena, see if I can see what they are or where. Look! I can't see them, they might be spawned right at an entrance. We've got... Oh no, the gobbledygooks! Okay, so the gobbledygooks are goblins. And I think any rats that we're hearing were the remainder of the last spawn. Can we see any more sheep in there? There is another bull that I could pull out. Aged Not a Turtle has arrived. So we've got some not turtles spawned. Haha, Julius Squeezer. I've just seen that one. That's a good one, Pom. You haven't seen one yet in the wild, Two Stone Souls. They are quite unusual to see in the wild. But when you do, admire from afar. You poked me, memers. That's because I'm on Eshri, so Crim's just standing there, being subject to goodness knows what outside the arena. Skyfalls, you don't understand my plan to keep going collecting all of them. I mean, it's not really a plan. It's just I started doing it, and I haven't yet been persuaded to stop. Let's just pull this bull out in case anybody wants it into a safe pen. In fact, I can also... That sheep, I was only really pulling into a side pen I don't need it for me. What else have we just spawned? Greenish crockpots. No. Something else has just been spawned. I heard it go. Sting. I assume that's going to be more scorpions. Still got a puppies there, but I don't need any puppies. We haven't had any hellhounds this arena so far. Normally they're vicious little additions. Can't see anything past all of the legs. Let's try going for a side pen. We're just hopping from pen to pen at the moment to try and get a better view and see what's in the room. But at the moment it's mostly either things I can't tame or don't want to tame. There we go, there's our Not a Turtles. I feel like I've already got one of those. So I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit, even though I've got one tame slot left. I'm always quite precious about my last tame slot, because sod's law, as soon as I pick up something that I'm like, I could take it or leave it, then they'll go and spawn something that I really want. So I can tend to hang on to the last one. And hello, Tuplex. Hi, how are you doing? So Crim is actually just stood outside the arena, but at the moment we are on my faux priest estuary. Also, let's stop targeting that, because we got arena shenanigans underway, as you can see. For anybody who has not been to impalongs, or perhaps is not that au fait with Worm yet, an arena is just a player-made structure at a community event, and our GMs, if they can find the time, will very kindly show up sometimes at those community events and cause trouble for our entertainment. You know what, I want to go tame. I sort of want to go tame another pheasant, but I think, given all of the stuff that's in the arena, and so far we haven't yet had anything that does AoE damage, which tends to just wipe out chicks and birds and stuff, like Spawn of Utacha. But we might be lucky and get to the end of an arena, and there'll still be pheasants wandering around, so anybody that wanted a pheasant could come and get one. But I've got mine, and I don't know anybody else that specifically collects pheasants. So I'm not so worried. There's a Dave over there that I could try and hoik out for somebody. I see somebody's tamed themselves a turtle. Temptation is always to go and grab more passives and stick them in pens for people, but there aren't too many people that collect them. You're surprised at the lack of death crawlers. Do you know what? I almost never see... I do see them occasionally, but death crawlers don't seem to be a very popular spawn for GMs, and in fact Valray mobs in general often aren't. I think I see the big crabs more often than I see any one of the Valray mobs. We had some soul demons earlier. I've never seen, and I suspect they're maybe not allowed to spawn things like eagle spirits and drake spirits. The only time I've ever seen one of those outside of the epic servers is one of the GMs uses an eagle spirit as their avatar, I think, when they're in-game GMing. But we get soul demons, we get Spawn of Utacha, sometimes we get no gumps in arenas. And these are all mobs that don't spawn in the wild here, but they are also untamable. You'd love to take some named creatures home, but you live on Indy. Have you got a boat here, Wishbone? Because you can take them across borders. You just need a large enough boat that it can have cages in it and creature cages to put them in. But I am trying to pull out the passives and stick them in these side pens. So any passives, like there's a Sherlock Holmes over there, any passive creatures that you find in these side pens, once the arena is over, they're just ones that I've pulled out for anybody who wants them. So if you find a way to take one home, if you can make or acquire yourself a creature cage, you could take some home to Indy. Perfectly doable. Oh, you came via portal. You might be able to go back via portal and sail a boat over, or if you've got an alt who can sail. It is a bit of a faff, though. I also came by portal today on Crim, but I've had estuary parked here with boats for a little while. Do you know... No, it's scorpions I'm hearing. Every so often I think I can hear rats in there somewhere, but I don't think there are any. Oh, look, she heard me. There we go. That's the Twinkle Toes. The Hellhounds are the Twinkle Toes. Now, I can tame hellhounds. And I do have a hell house full of hellhounds. It's tempting, but I don't know that it's tempting enough. If it was a young one and it was stood right in front of here, I would probably tame it and go. I do have a lot of hellhounds. Yeah, as Mima said, you can do that, but also here you don't need to. There are actually pens by the docks which are open to anybody, I think, so you could temporarily put something in a pen and come back for it. I think, like, for the most part, people won't wander off with them, but if you're worried about it, maybe ask somebody to keep an eye on it or tame it, and then then nobody else can wander off with it. But so there are sort of temporary holding pens that you could use down at the docks while you go and get yourself a boat. Right, I'm going to try and grab these 2 Daves, just in case anybody wants them. No, not a lava lamps, nearly. Lead, let's cancel the attack action. Lead, and just pop these in a side pen. Not with the cave bugs. That's a Hamler Anderson, left over from last weekend. Also, I try not to put 3 creatures in one pen because I don't want people to walk in here and get immediately diseased. So let's try and pop this one in a different pen. Is that leadable? Yes, it is. Let's grab one of those as well. Right, stop leading that one. Stop leading that one. So there's some more passives inside pens. There's actually more Daves out there than I know what to do with. I see the Danger Noodle is still in perfect health. But I can't see anything else in there that I want right now. Let's just grab that one as well. Pop that one in a different pen. There's already 2 chickens in that pen. There's probably more chickens in these side pens than anybody wants or can use, but that's alright. Is that... somebody tamed one? I assume that's one that somebody's tamed and then let drop. Not hungry. Hang on. It's possible that he's accidentally been spawned in a side pen, but generally speaking, we try not to lead and leave aggressive creatures inside pens because they're meant to be safety pens for toons, but he might have been an accidental spawn in there. Oh, there's another Dave. He might have been an accidental spawn in that pen, or it might be that somebody pulled him in there tamed and the tamer's now dropped. Look, they come in all different colours as well. I don't think there's anything else in that arena, though, for me. Although she's spawning Grews. What are Grews going to be? Oh, there you go, there's your death crawlers. Who was asking for death crawlers? So, if you don't know what a death crawler looks like, here's a death crawler. They're pretty gnarly looking. Thankfully, they don't attack. They're not aggressive to me by default. I don't know if they're aggressive to other people by default, actually. A lot of the Valray mobs are not aggressive when spawned. So they may just sit here until somebody attacks them. This thing, though, definitely aggressive. Can see snakes. Can see death crawlers, can see pheasants. We've still got champ trolls in there. I think most of the bears and the rats and the spiders and the things that are a bit easier to kill are now down. Gnarly looking and immune to poison. So anyone with venom weapons, yeah, we'll have fun. That sounded like another spawn. William Snakespear. William Snakespears have just been spawned. Is that another big noodle? No, I think it must be snakes. Little snakes. William Snakespear. Wait, how's that a corpse already? Maybe it's the second spawn? Can hear somebody killing a bull. Oh, we had some Remys spawned. I missed those entirely. Right, you know what? I think... let's stop leading that one. I think I'm going to switch back to Crim. That's a Paddington, because I don't think there's anything much that Eshri can do, and Eshri's certainly not a fighter. So let's switch back to Crim for a bit, and let's actually go in and do some fighting and help them out. Of course, as soon as I do this, she might then spawn something that I want, and I might have to switch back to Eshri, but... is that a spawn of Hitachi you see? I don't know. I didn't see one, but I guess we're about to find out. Whoa, somebody's backing a wagon into me. That sound that you're hearing, if you don't recognise it, that's a death crawler. You know what? I think this might require a big weapon. Yep, there you go. There's your spawn of Utacha. We'll go and have a look at that for anybody who's not had the great misfortune of seeing one of those. These are horrible, gigantic, slug-like things, and when you kill them, they make smaller slug-like things. Tell you what, I shouldn't go that side because that pen is not safe. Let's go... Right, this pen's safe. We just need something to back into because you can get overwhelmed super fast in here. Let's hop out and find something to fight. So... Ugh. I can't see a bloody thing. Let's move just a little bit further away and see what comes to find me. So, to be honest, we probably shouldn't be attacking the spawn of Utacha at this point, because they will spawn extra mobs in the arena and they're not attacking us. But something is. What's attacking me? Oh! Oh my god, a cheese puff! Come on, little cheese puff! Come on, come be my friend. I wonder if I can run Eshri out to get a cheese puff. Bear with me, just switching tunes. Because that I would take home. I said switching tunes, and then of course I did not actually log back into Eshri, so let's just try that, because you can see you're on Malphis. Right, back on Eshri. Those rats are going to go down so fast, though, that I might not manage it, but let's try. So, let's try charming this one. Many times in arenas, I have halfway tamed something or just finished taming something, only for somebody to kill it. That does happen. Let's get back there so I've got my action queue, and let's hope that somebody doesn't kill this, because they'll kill them quite fast if somebody starts targeting it. I think we're good. Right, we've got a cheese puff. Whee! And that's my last tame slot. Also, what was that? Was that not a turtle going past? I think it probably was. Now, having said that's my last tame slot, and it is, what I'm going to do, instead of loading this straight into a boat, although I think we are probably coming towards the end of this arena, she says, and then I hear her, oh, crispy bacons! She's just got spawned a load of pigs. Right, let me stick this rat somewhere that I can see it. Right, you stay here, friend. And let's hope that nobody tries to go for it. Just going to stop leading that for a moment. That's going to stay tame. I've got crispy bacons at home, which are almost certainly pigs. But I'm just going to see if I can pull a few into side pens if anybody else wants one. And I'll have a much easier time doing that on Eshri. There we go, crispy bacons. I'll have a much easier time doing that on Eshri than I will on anyone else. So let's just see if we can hoik a few out for people. But I think that we are coming to the end of this arena, so the chances are I'm not going to need or want to tame anything else. But sometimes instead of loading it straight into a cage when I'm on my last tame slot, I will put it in one of the temporary pens, so that if I need to, I can tame something else. The tame on that will drop, but at least it will be penned, and I can retame it later. I can't see. There should be, probably, somewhere in here, some more pigs, but I can't see them at the moment. The reason I said that spawn of Utacha are something that we tend to save for the end is because they're passive when spawned. They don't start attacking us, but they do spawn new things when you kill them, and they also do acid attacks, and they do AoE damage. So it can get quite messy if you start attacking a lot of spawns of Utacha all at once, because then you get multiplying mobs and a lot of AoE damage going around at everybody. Let's pull this one outside, in case anybody would like it. For anybody who is fighting in the arena and also watching this stream, Spacey says, please can you move the acid spitters away from the door so that they can clean up the corpses. So there are staff here who are trying desperately to butcher and bury corpses to improve visibility in the arena, because as you can see, it gets very, very chaotic and very hard to see what's happening in there. Oh, she's just spawned something else as well. What's she just spawned? Every time I step away, there's something else. Right, what have we got? Ernest Hemingway. Now that is a pig that I don't have, and I assume that is going to be another pig. Yeah, there we go. Pig. Pig. Let me see if there's any others that I can pull out for people. And I will take one of these home for me, because that is not something I've got. There is a venerable one there, but I'll try and pull the slightly younger ones out first. Is there another one I can see? Right, let's find a safe side pen to put some of these in. So let's stop leading you there. That's already got a few in. That's the venerable one. Let's lead that one. Right. These pens are now so full of things. I should probably stop sticking things inside pens now. I think we're kind of out of room. As you've probably heard, like, you can hear now that most things in this arena are dead. Like, because it gets very, very noisy. And at the point that it stops, have we now in fact killed them all? Yeah, there you go. So the danger noodle is dead. Everything in the arena that was aggressive is dead. But we have still got some of these which remain passive until somebody attacks them. So people will go around clearing those ones up. Let me just check. I am still leading some piggles. I am. So these spawn of Utacha can now be more safely killed and cleaned up. But I'm just going to pull another one of these pigs out here. Oh, and she's spawned something again. No sooner did we say Shreks, champion Shreks, I'm suspecting that there's a trolls. I was going to say, I suspect those are going to be trolls. Right, we're going to leave that Ernest Hemingway there in case somebody else wants it. I'm going to go and pick up my pet rat before somebody else mistakes that for an escapee. She's also just spawned Fionas. I think those are also going to be trolls. There's my rat over there. Champ Shreks. Yep. Yeah, especially sort of lots of legs and things, like the spiders and the lava spiders are really, really big, and even their corpses are big, so you end up like jamming up the entrance. The champ trolls as well. I mean, here you go. This is what a dead champion lava spider looks like. They're massive. So when you've got just one of those in a doorway, you have to go and stick your head in its body to see past it. That's the size of a troll's backside. What else has she just spawned? Happy Feet. Wait, what are Happy Feet? Sounds like spiders, but oh no, they're hellscorps. They're hellscorps. I'm gonna go and put this rat somewhere safe because I'm terrified that I will go running into the arena forgetting that I am leading a tamed creature, which is quite squishy, because despite its size, champion rats, they go down fast. They do not take many hits to kill. It would be nice if we got penguins. She's now spawned pinchers. Those are probably going to be crabs, but I have crabs called pinchers already. So you don't know the discipline that it takes. As I walk away from an arena and I can hear things spawning behind me, it takes everything I've got to keep going, to stay focused and not go running back in for like more collectibles. But one of the benefits of having collected creatures for some years now is I have a much better sense of what they are likely to have spawned based on the names, and I've also often already got one with that name collected, so I get to be a little bit more circumspect about what I go running back for. Melphus is still standing over there with his kitty cat, which he needs to load, but instead of loading this cheese puff into a cage... God, that's gotten really loud again. Let me just have a look at my sound. Instead of loading that cheese puff straight into a cage, even though I probably will, because she's still spawning, instead I'm going to run back, and if I wanted to tame something else, that's safely penned, so I could let the tame on that drop in order to tame something else that I also want. It just means that I'm going to have to sit camping on some of my tames that I can't yet load into cages and take home while I go and do some border hops or run a boatload home on one of my alts. Now, where was Crim when we left her? Out of interest. Oh! Well, it's a good thing that I put her in a safety pen. It's fine, it's fine. Right, what am I doing? Let's go back to Estuary. Now that horrible sound that you're hearing. Oh my god, that's these crabs. So we did see some of these earlier, but these are quite cool looking. And I assume that these were jackal mobs, but as I say, I didn't actually ever make it to jackal. But they are pretty cool looking. Am I getting attacked? Amazingly, no. But there are things here that will attack me, so let's just put her somewhere safe for a second. Apparently, oh shit, I'm also leading a pig. That's my pig as well, and I forgot. I probably should have dropped that one off, but I didn't. So I just need to not forget again that I'm leading it. I'd quite like there to be penguins in game. You know what, there's loads more creatures I would like us to have in this game, but it is rare for them to add new creatures. I'm trying to think what the last new creature that they added was. I mean, there were the jackal mobs. I guess donkeys and mules. Were they the last edition that we had? But it is uncommon to get extra creatures. So we've got Hellscorps, we've got Champ Trolls, and I'm not interested in any of those. There we go. Right, that's Pom saying her goodbyes. So no more spawns, which should mean I can safely go and load that rat and start loading other things into cages, because I've got everything that I wanted to get from this arena. I'm amazed that I got as much as I did, to be honest. Usually I end up not getting some things that I wanted from an arena just because, like, they're dying too fast, or I don't have enough slots, or it's just too chaotic. But actually, this one was quite manageable as arenas go. So we're going to go put this pig in a cage. We're going to go put my tamed rat in a cage. I'm going to start one of my alts sailing a boat full of creatures back to a server border, or probably home because the boats are going to be full. And then we're going to switch back to Crim and go back to doing the impalong activities that I came here to do, which of course this is one of them. Good night, Myra. Good night, Myra. Donkeys and mules were the last, you reckon? Yeah. So we said a GM spawn things in. Yes. So I mean, there are natural spawns out in the wild, but at big community events like this, if we're lucky, sometimes a GM will show up and create some entertainment for us, which is what's been happening here. So that's Pomona, our head GM, in fact, who has been spawning mischief in an arena for entertainment. Most people are not collecting things. Most people just go and fight them in arenas. Although I think there are a few collectors here today. I have to only be leading one creature when I try and load stuff in a cage, so I'm actually going to go and load this pig first. That's going to have to go in my second boat, because the first one is going to be full once I put the champ rat in there. So let's, hang on, unload that. Oh, the new goblins. Yes, of course. We've got several new goblins. Goblin types with the goblin camps. Load a piggy in there. Oh, no, it's injured. Right, so there you go. If it's injured, as I said, it won't let you load it into a cage. You get this, the creature whimpers in pain. So we're just going to tink it up. So look, equipment. If you've never healed an animal, you do it the same way that you heal a toon. See, it wasn't that it got attacked, it was that because there were a spawn of Utacha in there, and I said they're the ones that were doing acid damage and AoE damage, they just get everything in a spray. So that's why it's taken some damage. Because normally mobs won't attack these, because I haven't tamed it, it doesn't become a magnet for aggressive mobs. Creatures that are just passive and remain passive and you don't have to tame them, normally they're fine until, you know, a player attacks them or something. There we go, all tinked up. Wait. Oh shit. I've cocked up. That's a crispy bacon. I've got a crispy bacon. What I didn't have was an Ernest Hemingway, and I've left all of those back in the arena. So we're just going to, you know what, in fact, I'll pop this one here. Will I pop it here? No, because then somebody's going to assume that it's spoken for. We'll take that one back in case anybody else wants it. And now I've got to go and try and find an Ernest Hemingway, one of the ones that I left in a side pen, and hope that they haven't just been killed or taken. God damn it. Well, it was a nearly perfect arena run. Yeah, so we got Goblin Camps recently added, like a few months ago. And of course, with that, a bunch of new Goblin types added to the game with new models and tactics and things. Also, I put myself a load of Milky Bar buttons in a dish and I got so distracted. I completely forgot that I had them, and I haven't drunk anything either. Oh, it's so quiet again. Arenas get so loud. The peace afterwards. It's lovely. Till somebody goes and farts in your local. Outrageous. Right.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
We're looking for an Ernest Hemingway. That's an Amy Swinehouse. That's Crim. Tell me. There we go. I can't even see who's doing it to go and give him a slap. Right, let's swap you for you. But I am just going to go and do the rounds and see if there's a younger one here. Look, they're all at it now. Sods. See if there's a younger one of those anywhere. Ruffles hanging on to some there. And another Sherlock Holmes. I thought I led a couple of pigs. That's a Hamler Anderson from last week. There's a spider corpse in the way of that one. I think this might be the last Hemingway. You know? So it's good that there was at least one. And there's 2 crispy bacons there for anybody that wants them. There's still some chooks in the side pens. There's one of last weekend's Chris Eubanks in that pen just there. That's a crispy bacon. I'm just looking to see if there's any pigs stood around now that we can actually see the arena floor again. Aged is not too bad. I just, on principle, because I have a lot of creatures to care for and it takes some time to do it, I try and get the youngest that I can of any type of creature I take home. I think that's it. Right. Okay. So, I'm going to try again. This time with the right pig. God, look at these corpses. So come to the impalong. I'll tell you what I didn't do. Like I was talking about it, and I know I posted a forum link, which actually let me just find and post that again. So you can read all about the event that we are at. Don't post it in local. Come on, Crim. There we go. If you're not sure what we're doing, that's the event that we're at on the Southern Freedom Isles at the moment, the Lunalong over on Xanadu. And when I've lined myself up for a little walk, there we go. Kappa is just, it's near Lormere. It's like a 5-minute run if you step through a portal to come here, or you can sail in quite easily, especially from if you're coming up from the south. So Kappa's on the coast, just here on Xanadu. If you bring in a boat, or you can use the highway system and run here on foot from the Lormere portal. If you decide to portal across instead. So that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. Oh, good night, Moomin. Good night, Moomin. Willow, it's getting harder to come up with all the names. You've done a great job, though. We were talking about this the other day. We were like, do you reckon Willow's just sat there sort of, like in the run-up to Impalong season, coming up with all the pun names she can, making a list so that you can just, like, whack them out on the day? You've done a very good job. We've had some lots of names that I've not seen before this year, so thus I have collected a lot of things. Your boat's already full, Ruffle. Okay. Pom's been generous with the passives this time, so my boats are also going to be full by the time I've done this. Right, so there's my pig. My cheese puff needs healing because it can't go in a cage until it's healed. So let's lead that one. Look at its equipment. And do it a heal. Making a list and checking it twice, absolutely. Would you like us to submit name ideas for you, Willow? Maybe we should have a thread, because I'm sure players would be more than happy to give you all of the pun names that they can unearth. Right, there we go. That one's healed. Already leading it. So this is going to be... Oh, I didn't load that one. I'll do that in a second. This is going to be the third tamed creature that goes in this boat, which is as many as I can load at once. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Supreme sheen on a red boat. This is what we saw this colour combo last week on stream. This is Oliphus one. Oh, it's damaged! Look how damaged it is! But it's a beautiful colour combination. The kind of the purplish blue supreme sheen on a red dyed boat is gorgeous. I don't have my rare Gnar here. Actually, that's still parked back at Care Paravel. So Cheese Puff is going to go in there. The Snicker Snack, that's one of mine. So I've currently got 1, 2... and Melphis needs to load his one in here, and then he's going to sail it home. That will be the third tamed creature, and we've got one passive one in here, the Merrill Sheep. So let's just run him down and put his pet cat, his Harry Potter, in a cage in that boat, and he can start sailing them off server. And then I've still got Olivette logged out with a pheasant somewhere about here. So I am going to need to do at least one more run tonight, somewhere that I can hand that off. So he can load that in there. And then if we hop him in, as I said, because it's not enough for a toon to be able to tame, they also need to be able to load, unless you're lucky enough to have spawns like this happening somewhere that is within running or riding distance of where you are trying to take them to. You need a certain amount of body strength to be able to load items. So let's just start sailing him away. He's going to sail those back to release. He's got a boat full. This is the reason that I don't tend to bring bigger boats as well, partly because I like the shallow draft of Gnars. What does he need to do? He needs to plot a course to release. It also looks like the weather is maybe not super. Let's have a look. Weather. A breeze from the northeast. Marvellous. That's not too bad, in fairness. It's not a light breeze. We hate light breezes. Yeah, they also need to be able to load things into cages, which is why, although Olivette is able to hold one with the tame slot, she's actually no good at loading it for me. So I've got 3 toons that are capable of sailing boats and loading stuff into and out of boats. And so I tend to use alts to go sailing stuff off server. Eshri is one of those, my foe priest, and if I can help it, I don't have her leave an impalong. Like, I try and have her always stay there in case more things spawn. Now, have I got everything else into boats that needed to be except the pheasant? Did I leave anything in a cage here? I can't remember. Let's go and load this. And just see what we've got in the Bandersnatch. But I think it's only the pheasant left. We've already got a Sherlock Holmes in there. That's the Ernest Hemingway. The other sheep is in the boat that's just gone. So this boat is still going to have 1 cage left once I load the pheasant into it, but I can't do that until Melphis crosses a border. So although there's 2 cages empty, one of them is spoken for. I didn't miss any others, right? That's all of them? Because I don't think they spawned any chickens that I didn't already have. I was just pulling those out for other people. We only got 1 pig that I didn't already have. That's the one I've just loaded. 2 sheep. The Sandra Bullocks, but I already have one of those from last weekend. I don't think there was another passive that I've forgotten. I hope not. Stick my head in the side thing. I don't think I've stashed them anywhere. Sometimes arenas get so chaotic that I do end up just temporarily stashing things, either like have them being led by an alt who's just standing around somewhere leading something, or I leave something stashed in a pen and come back for it. I am now getting quite laggy though on Eshri. So what I'm going to do now that the arena has quieted down is I'm going to log Eshri off and log her back in scavenger mode. And if Crim's looking laggy as well, or stuttery rather, I might just relog Crim quickly on her client, because that will help a little bit with the stutteriness. So we're back on Crim temporarily, who is not leading Sandra Bullock's, right? Yeah, okay, so I'm just making sure that Crim wasn't sat there holding on to something for me. I'm going to log Eshri back in scavenger mode and just park her back in a pen, so that she can sit watching the arena in case something else spawns or in case somebody wants to summon over. She's a priest. Once her favour regenerates. So let's log her back in a low quality client, low res client, and then we'll go back to doing stuff on Crim. Whilst Melphis AFK sails us off the server. On the plus side, although it's Xanadu and there is a long way to sail, once you get out of the bay, you can just point yourself south, plot a course for whichever server you're going to. You can pretty much just leave that to an AFK, because the only thing that might go wrong is if you haven't lined it up quite right, you might beach them on a mountain, but you can actually see a pretty clear path all the way down here off to the edge of the server. The other thing that could, of course, happen, if you're very unlucky, is you might come across a real-life sea serpent in the wild. But that's only happened to me like 2 or 3 times on an AFK toon that I wasn't watching. For the most part, it's fine. It's fine. So, right, Eshri's logged back in. I'm just going to move her into the arena to where Crim is, and then we're going to go and see if there is still some stuff in carpentry for Crim to imp. So... There are indeed still some pheasants left at the end. There you go. So if anybody wants themselves a geese with a spoon, they do need taming. Even though they're passive, they are one of the ones that require taming in order to lead, but they are a very easy tame. Pheasants, named pheasants, are actually a very rare spawn, which is why I leapt at the chance to have one. I've got, I think, 5 pheasants, GM named pheasants from across about 5 years. There are things that are rarer GM spawns, but pheasants are an unusual spawn, so I'm always pleased when they spawn another one. Just having a look at what else we got. So there is still a venerable Ernest Hemingway stood just over there, and a Hamler Anderson in there. Probably still... I expected to see a lot... Oh, there we go. It's because I put them in all these side pens. There we go. So there are still some roosters and things about, and some Sandra Bullocks and things, if anybody wants to come and collect them now that the arena is safe, temporarily safe. That is what a spawn of Utacha looks like when it is both dead and butchered, and it's gross. It's basically just a very large and gross intestine. The Amy Swinehouse is left over from last weekend's spawns, so that one's still there and up for grabs. And there's another Dave just hiding in that chest just there. I'm just going to move Eshri back because it bugs me when the gate is open. There we go. So there you go. So there are still some passives stood around if anybody wants to go and take one home and add them to their farm or whatever. And I also led a few outside. I try not to lead too many out the front. Oh, look! There's a younger Ernest Hemingway. Do I care enough to swap them over? Maybe? Don't underestimate the difference between a mature and an aged one in terms of time left on their clock. Making sure Crim and all the other collectors spend money on premium for care slots. Yep. Only if we can ban Bun from adding any names to the pun pool. But you love animal puns, Willow. These are almost all animal puns. Bun would excel at that, surely. Bun would like a Porco Rosso. not hard to keep alive if you don't keep them near where you work and play. Like, if you want it to be something that you get to see every day, you got to feed it every day. But if you just want it to stay alive, you just need to keep it far enough away from the places that toons most often move around. You do still need to feed it, but they don't eat anywhere near as much if there isn't activity happening nearby. Also, my apologies, I was trying to catch up on chat as we went, but I'm sure that there was stuff further back that I missed. And I know those comments I've just responded to were probably a little while ago because I've been waffling. But if you said stuff earlier up that I missed, I am sorry. I miss a lot at the best of times during streams because there's so many different things to be keeping an eye on. But you add in arena chaos on top of that. and it makes an already like borderline chaotic stream somewhat overwhelming to keep track of all of the things, and so inevitably I just don't. You can't help that somebody deeded next door to where the Porco Rosso would live. Oh, I see. No apologies, Willow. Good kinds of distractions. However, I am going to go and swap these pigs over because I know me and I'm not as fast as I should be at getting the care slot sorted for things. So actually having younger ones makes quite a big difference to me managing to actually get them cared for in time. So also, fun little fact for anybody that doesn't know, and I don't quite know why this happens, but when GMs spawn things in, they a lot of them, I don't think it happens to the whole spawn, but a significant proportion of the spawn will immediately age up one tick when they're spawned. I don't know why it happens. And the game's sometimes a little bit slow to catch up on that. So for example, you will start leading what, when you mouse over it, is say a young something or other, but when you lead it, the text that you get will be you start leading adolescent something or other, which is why when a GM spawns something like chicks in an arena, almost immediately about half of them will pop up into chickens or into hens or roosters or something. So that's the other reason why I try very, very hard not to take old or venerable things home, and I go for young or mature, or young, mature, or adolescent if I can, because not only am I trying to buy myself extra time on whatever their reported age is, but also it's likely that they will age up their first tick quite soon. So let's unload that one. Double issue because it would live somewhere that you would not keep an eye on it and feed it, and you don't have space to put it. Yeah, you'd like a pig called Garbage Disposal Skyfall. Well, I'm sure somebody could go and make a forum post and start putting suggestions on it for the GMs. Make a thread. I can't promise that the GMs will pay any attention to it, but maybe Pom would appreciate some help. You never know. If we've just exhausted her for all of her naming for this year, right? I'm leading the right one, so I might as well repair this, since even though that's only been in this cage for a few minutes, they kick the cage when they leave it. There you go. Creature damages the cage from anger. So whenever you unload a creature from a cage, even if the cage hasn't taken a damage tick, just naturally, it will always be a damaged cage once you've unloaded something from it. And if you've never used creature cages before, all the time they have a creature in them, they're effectively taking accelerated damage. So the creature damages the cage over the time that it's in there. Now, these are decent quality cages. They're not super high. I'd imped all of these cages up to 50 some impalongs ago. They're now a mixture of sort of mid-20s to 30s. And even at mid-20s to 30s, they can comfortably hold a creature for about 24 hours before they take so much damage that the cage breaks and the creature pops back out. But you want to not leave them in there indefinitely, because they will pop out of the cage. The cage will take so much damage that if it breaks effectively, the creature pops out. You can then go and repair the cage. But I try never to leave creatures in cages in boats at impalongs for more than 24 hours. Also, I don't know where that pig's gone. I was going to lead it back for other people, but has it gone swimming? Where'd you go, Piggle? Can anyone see it? there it is. I'm going to lead that back. Just lead that back to the impalong in case anybody else wants it. And once Melphis crosses the border in the boat, all of the tame slots which are currently held for these toons where they've got a creature caged, all of those tame slots will become available again. And when they do, then I could, for example, give the pheasant that Olivet was hanging on to over to Crim, and Crim could load that into a cage, since we're probably not going to get more arena shenanigans before Crim has to leave the impalong again, so I could afford to use a tame slot. We do sometimes get them twice in one night when there's multiple GMs around, but I think it's probably unlikely at this one. What you'd suggest political names, but they wouldn't do it. It would be tempted to leave them somewhere dark and dangerous. We've had quite a lot of celebrity pun names this event. Oh, I kind of want to go heal them as well. I am still getting stuttering on Crim though, so what I'm going to do, now I'm not leading anything, well I am leading something, but you know, let's stick him safely in a pen. And then I'm going to just relog Crim because it will be less stuttery if I do, and it's because we've had so many things spawning in local. This is sort of like memory leak issue because it's a Java-based game that is getting quite stuttery, and a relog will help substantially. So let's put that in there in case anybody wants it. And let's quit on Crim. You're going to temporarily see one of my teeny tiny windows where Melphis is sailing things home. As you can see, he's just pointed like at an open border, AFK sailing his way down off Xanadu. Pretty sure I plotted a course, but let's just check. Enter, leave. You plot a course to release. Yeah, he's all good. And we'll get Crim back in and go do some imping. And I'm going to have a drink because I've talked all this time without having a proper drink. We've had you've seen some of the celebrity names that we've got there. Oh, hang on, I need to just minimize him and then we'll get Crim back. She says, there we go. There you go, a lot less stuttery now. Yeah, we've had a number of sort of like celebrities, comedians, things like that in the pun name pool this time. But we get all sorts. Sometimes they spawn on a theme. Sometimes it's just whatever they come up with in the moment. What am I looking for? Kisses for Raspberry. Just also having a look at who else we've got here, and can't remember when I last posted. Oh, I've just relogged her, haven't I? I'm just going to tell local again that I'm streaming, because I don't want anybody to be caught off guard not realising that streaming's happening in their local. Usually a bad idea to do political or religious. It's a bit of a minefield. So what was I doing? I was going to go have a look at the carpentry stuff. It might be that in the time that we've been doing arena shenanigans, somebody has nipped up there and all the carpentry is now sorted. But it won't hurt to go look. In fact, I can see that Cove has been there doing some, so might be covered. Oh, okay, so there's a new spindle in there that needs doing. And there's a bunch of things here. Let me just pay attention for a minute and see if and what Cove is actually imping. Because, okay, so there isn't, depending on who you ask, there's various different kinds of opinions on impalong etiquette when it comes to imping stuff. Broadly speaking, the advice is, you know, just get in there and imp what you like. But I try to pay attention when I'm joining a station that somebody else is already imping at to what kind of an imper they are, because some people, me included, are chaotic impers who will, for example, sort everything by quality and just imp a stack of whatever at a time. Some people will focus on a single item. Who just got slapped? And was it me? I can't see events moving too fast. Some people will just pick one item and imp that up and then move on to the next item, or one stack of an item type and then move up. So what I'm just paying attention to, because oh, Stablam's here and I missed him entirely. So Stablam's also here imping the spindles. Stablam is a newer player to Worm. He is also a streamer, although having said that, I can't actually see Stablam. Oh, it's because he's in pheasant form. Let's give him a wave. So Stablam is a newer player to Worm, but he has been streaming it a lot as well. So if you haven't seen him, go and check his channel out. I've popped into a couple of his streams so far, and he did say that he was going to be here. So because he's a newer player, he's got lower skills than me, and so he's working on a spindle at the moment, so I'm not going to touch things that are actually lower, because those are the sorts of things that he can imp and gain skill on. So I'm going to try and focus on higher stuff, because my carpentry and my fine carp is quite high. So I'm just looking to see if anybody else is also doing carp, but I think it's just Cove and Stablam. And yeah, some people will just sort of, wade in and imp, and some people don't mind that. It's less bad now we've got tool belts, because you don't have to, if you're using your tool belt for imping, which why wouldn't you? You no longer have to line up the specific item to imp with, and it used to be quite frustrating when you're sitting there like queuing up a load of things to imp with a specific tool, and then somebody else is going and imping further down the stack, so it cancels a load of your queued actions. Effectively, you're then holding the wrong tool. That's less of a problem now that we have the tool belt. But I don't know for sure, but I think that when you queue a bunch of actions now, although you're not picking the individual item, I think at the point that you queue them, it probably chooses what you're imping with. So potentially, when you've got multiple people imping the same thing, it still disrupts the queue, which is why I try and pay attention. So Cove's doing spatulas. I want to see if Cove's doing anything else, or if Cove is just focusing on one item at a time. I can see that Stablam is focusing on just the spindles. If Cove is just focusing on the spatulas, then I can like go to town on something else without interrupting any of their queues. Now, Regis, you haven't played for so long. You started imping the old way. Yeah, and I still do imp the old way sometimes, but it is a real game changer actually using the tool belt when you switch over to it. It's, oh my god, especially some things more than others. Like masonry imping was never really too much of a problem, because masonry imping, it's only ever switching between shards and stone chisels. But for a lot of imping, it is worlds better now that we can just rely on the tool belt to do the switching for us. Good night, Willow. Thank you for the spawns and for the fun, and for popping into the stream as well. It's nice to see you. Hang on. Right. As far as I can tell, Cove is focusing on a single item, and so is Stablam. So I think I've got all of my imping stuff here. I chucked my log in there as well, and it's not an enchanted log, it's just a high quality one. So let's have a look at what we've got. I'm going to leave the lower quality stuff for players. Players like Stablam, who will be able to get skill ticks off that, whereas I won't. Clay Shaper's already up to 70, which is the target. So Cove's now working on spatulas. I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like that spindle is the one that Stablam is working on. There is another one over here, and I haven't seen this one. You can often tell if someone's working on it because you'll see the damage tick from time to time. But tell you what, let's work on these mallets, because those are both middling. And there we go. Nobody's working on the mallets at the moment. Those are possibly a little bit high for Stablam to work on. I don't know what Stablam's skills are. And it's not going to disrupt. Not going to disrupt Cove's work with me doing those. But also, I should be able to tink those up a bit quite fast. Just as soon as I remember the right keys for it. There we go. Water source and having multiple imp stuff like 2 leathers. Multiple imps? Why would you need 2 leathers? What you mean? So when you run out of one, it just starts using the other? I tend to just have a really big water source, but I don't tend to have multiples. You could do, though. That's largely because I don't like switching stuff out in my tool belt. Like I will do it on occasion. I'll switch between sort of sets of imping tools and things because you get distracted. In fairness, I tend to get distracted when I'm imping a long time, particularly at things like impalongs. Often I'll start to stack up a whole load of things that need tempering because I haven't noticed that my water's run out or something. So I'm imping mallets at the moment, and we're in the carp. Are we in the carp or in the fine carp ones? We're in carpentry. And I think mallets are in fact carpentry. There's often a little bit of confusion about which items are carp and which ones are fine carp. But if you don't know, you can always go and look them up on Wormpedia. So the mallet, for example, is a carpentry imp. It is in here correctly, but you might sometimes find if you're imping something that you feel like you should be able to imp and it just keeps getting damaged, it's worth going and checking what skill is actually used for that. Because I can't tell you how many times you get sort of blacksmiths. So you go, there's the mallet page, for example. I can't tell you how many times you get sort of a jewelry smithing item in the blacksmithing forges, for example, or more commonly, something that requires weaponsmithing in a blacksmithing forge because people don't realise that it requires it, like sickles or carving knives or butchering knives. I think those are the ones. Those are the three which are tools but require weaponsmithing to imp, and they often end up in a blacksmithing forge. And a lot of blacksmiths do not have weaponsmithing skill. Some do, but some don't. So if you find that there's an item that you think you should be able to imp and it just keeps taking damage, go and just double check what it is that it requires. See, so it's stacking up at the moment. It's stacking up leather for both of these, and they both require leather. But I just want to check that thing I said earlier, because I want to know if when these get off leather and onto something else. Sorry, not leather, pelt. They want a pelt. They want to be polished. So we're now on a pelt and a log. So if I queue up an imp action, there you go. It is choosing the correct item for me at the point that I queue it. So theoretically, that means if you have got several people working at the same station and working on the same items, you might end up cancelling out a lot of one another's queues if the item it requires has changed by the time they get to it in the stack. But I don't know. It's not something. That's an assumption I'm making. It's not something I've tested though, so I wouldn't swear to it. I've also, you know what I haven't done? I've got items to drop off here, and actually I should switch back to the sword and board that I'm actually training up now that we're done with an arena. Also, my large maul actually now needs tinking up. Look at that. But I've forgotten to go and drop them off at stations, so I'll go and do that in a little bit. I'm just going to tink these up a bit first. One of them's already up and over 70, and this one is not far off. So I'll just help get some of these that are close to the line up and over it. Go and drop my stuff off, and then I might come back up and do a little bit more imping here, because I don't think any of the vehicles need it. I haven't looked down. I could go and look at things like papyrus making as well. My papyrus making isn't very high. It's middling, but it's a skill that a lot of people don't have at all. So things like papyrus making and toy making often either get missed at impalongs or like there's maybe one person doing it, so sometimes items will sit there for a while waiting for those. But at the same time, because they're not terribly widespread skills, they're also not terribly widespread asks in terms of items to be imped up. So frequently, even if you've got a papyrus maker or a toy maker around or something, people haven't dropped those things off for imping. I did drop my chessboard in the toy chest earlier. I just failed to then go and drop my bow in for enchanting, or my shield, my second shield that I want to stick a different skin on. Needs to go in the shield smithing forges. Also, I need to eat and drink, because look at that, I'm almost out of stamina. Let's just cancel those actions. Have I got anything? Yes, I have. I've got 2-year-old Jaffa cakes. I had 2-year-old Jaffa cakes. I've just eaten the last of it. Whoops. There is food available for anybody who wants it. At this impalong, I think it's in larders on the ground floor where the priests are. There are larders at the back, so you can eat directly out of the larder. Somebody's very kindly gone and made some pizzas, so you can go and feed yourself. And there's a fountain right in the middle of the priest floor that you can go and drink from as well if you need to. You've joined the Discord. A snow bunny. You're going to try it out. Great. Frosted Rainbow. Do. Yeah, do. This impalong only runs for, I think, another day. But when you first join the game, you'll get spawned into a tutorial server called Guidance. And you probably want to spend a little bit of time there just getting to grips with it, because Worm is quite a deep complex system. It's not for everybody. It takes a little bit of time to get to grips with. So rather than trying to sort of hurry to get to an in-game event, which I think, Draka, since you're there, it runs tomorrow, right? But does it finish tomorrow? Is it Sunday that it runs till? Probably better to go and have a play around on Guidance. You can stay there for as long as you like while you're figuring out the game, and then when you're ready to make the leap, then you have to choose a cluster that you want to move on to. I'm playing on the Southern Freedom Isles cluster. That's the oldest, the older of the two clusters. So the servers that we are on, some of them have been active for, when was Indy opened? Like 10, 15 years, I think. Indy might even be older than that. The other cluster is the Northern Freedom Isles. Those servers were opened in 2020 when the game was ported out to Steam. So you can ask around for players' opinions on sort of like the pros and cons of the two different clusters. And each of those clusters has several servers on them. You can move freely between those servers with all of your stuff in time, either by using portals at the start towns, or when you get skilled enough to make and sail a boat, you can sail across the server borders between those servers, but you can't take your stuff between clusters. So the biggest decision to make when you leave the tutorial server Guidance is not so much which server you go to, but which cluster you want to go to. So we can now, with portals, travel between clusters. It's just our stuff stays behind, so we can take our tunes. But it's not impossible, but more difficult to... Oh, one of my mallets has just gone. But more difficult to, once you're established on one cluster, if you want to move to the other cluster in time, you have to create your stuff again from scratch, basically, because you can't take that with you. But yes, there will be another impalong in a couple of weeks on the Southern Freedom Isles, and there's also due to be another impalong on the Northern Freedom Isles around Christmas time as well. I don't know the date off the top of my head. So whichever cluster you go to, there is another impalong coming up on that cluster. So in sort of like 2-3 weeks time. So you can still go and sort of dip your toes in with a community event, and get a bit of a head start in getting your stuff tinked up to better quality, and better yet, enchanted, which is a game changer for how accessible the game becomes. I'm not really paying attention to imping, am I? This is why I haven't got my sleep bonus on. 29 hours when it ends, Draka says. Okay, so yeah, so we've got another full day and a bit. Hello, Jackalope. You tried Worm when it came to Steam. Do I gather then that you didn't get on with it? It's certainly, it's not for everybody. It's a bit of a niche interest, and it tends to be one of those things that, like, sometimes people play it a little bit casually and they dip in and dip out, but I think for a lot of people, Worm ends up being either one of those things that just isn't a good fit for you, or it gets its hooks into you and it's got you, like, for life sometimes. This tune that I'm on, so I've been playing since 2013, since January 2013. I did take a break of about 3-4 years in the middle. I came back to it in 2019, and I have been playing solidly since then. I've got multiple tunes, I've got multiple deeds, which are homes. That's that space that you own on the server. And there are people in chat who've got many, many, many more hours in the game than me, but I've got quite a lot. So what's mine looking at currently? Whoops. No, we don't want to leave Worm. So my playtime is, I've currently been premium consecutively for 71 months. I've played 473 days, 4 hours and 29 minutes. So that's not how long ago this toon entered the game. That is literally how much time I have spent in the game. Which is, let's just get a calculator out because I can't do the maths that fast while talking and while trying not to scroll. 473 days, plus a few hours, plus 4 hours and 29 minutes. That's 11,356 hours and change that I have spent in the game playing this toon, who is my main toon. So for people who get on with the game, like, it really does tend to get its hooks into you. Your friends bitched out and you see you were all alone. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, it's tricky when you start playing with other people, or you find a community early in the game, but then that community either stops playing for a while or they move to a different server or something. Right, I'm switching over to this rope tool because the mallet is up and over 70. But I should just pay attention again to what other people are imping here. Don't know if anybody's doing the grooming brush yet. Stablam's still working on the spindle. Can I see Cove imping? I've got a cat asking me very nicely for food. Can't see Cove imping at all at the moment. I just need to keep an eye out. But if we just shuffle this down. I'm going to leave those ones because those are a little bit lower. But I'm going to do these two that are in the 50s, unless I see somebody else already imping them. Wishbone says, come and join you. Where do you play usually, Wishbone? What server are you on? When you're not here. Jackalope, you got a 4 or 5 year subscription and got a wizard book or something? Do you mean you got a tome? You got a tome. Draka has been playing. Oh, so that's your how long ago? I didn't look at my one, so I'll just run it again. Hang on. So Draka, what year did you start playing? What does that translate to? Mine was 4,695 days ago. So that was January 2013. Remember to repair stuff as well. A tome, yeah, they are worth a good amount of money, but also fun. Like, I've swallowed a few tomes, so if you can see all of these little icons here, this is a combination of tomes, and I very carefully picked my way up 2 or 3 tomes until I got to the title that I wanted, because if anybody doesn't know this, has never looked into this, tomes have associated titles, but the titles change, not just based on the tome you've got, but also based on the combination of tomes you've got. So I very carefully worked my way up to the Enchantress title, and now I can never eat a tome again, just in case. Because I don't like some of the others. There are some other good ones out there, but like I don't come across tomes that often. But so these ones here, I've got sort of, I've got bite resistance, but also bite vulnerability. So they don't quite cancel each other out. I've just about got 5% bite damage reduction overall. I've got fire vulnerability and things, but these buffs, these are the extras really. Tomes get you access to sorcery, so I can summon wargs and firewalls, and don't do that because that's how I set fire to Delhi for 54 minutes one time. I think there's something else that I can do as well. I never remember. Have I got? I'm not gonna do it, even if I have got it here. But I'm just gonna see if I've got my. There we go. I've got my staff. So in sorcery terms, I've got summon warg there. I think I have to be on the ground floor to see what I can actually cast on floors. Will it let me do it down through there? No. Maybe I need to be out of... Oh, no, it's because it's tile borders, isn't it? So, let's have a look. Tile borders? Possibly I can't do it in buildings. But there are other things that I can do in terms of my sorcery, but in fairness, I never use it. I don't actually ever really use my sorcery. I sort of forget that I've got it. I mostly just wanted the nice shiny title. Yeah, there are, as Elregia says as well, there are deeds, there are recruiting deeds that will take in new players or just players who don't have a community and who want one, so you can join kind of like open communities. They tend to advertise on the forums, and occasionally you'll find them advertising in Global or in Freedom Chat. So a lot of the servers have one. You had to leave the area to get it up. I know, event moves so fast, doesn't it, Tracker? So Wishbone, you're an indie normally. Okay, on the south side of Indy. Nice. Yeah, and as Bun says, community deeds are a good place to start. Like, they are normally, most people will live either by themselves or maybe in a small village with some friends in game. So most communities are not open, but there are people who specifically try and run newbie friendly or open communities that others can join, and they normally do a very good... Why aren't I imping? Why aren't I imping? Why is my imp? Keybind not working. Hang on. Oh, shit. Hang on. I had somebody sailing AFK at a border. Let me just go. Let me just go see. Yep, he's now on release. Whoops. Thankfully, he's still alive. So, I've now got my time slots back. Yay! Now, let me just, yeah, okay. He is safely back on release, so I'm just going to turn him around and set him AFK sailing again, and try not to accidentally run him off the side of the server into somewhere else. Right, let me try doing that again. There we go, now I've got my my keybind back. So you've been in just over 10 years, Draka. Yeah. You've had 355 hours in game, Jackalope. So where do you play, Jackalope? Usually, are you a Xanadu player? Are you something else? Yeah, tomes are tricky. Wishbone, 5,002 days ago. Wow. Okay. Okay. You got a couple of years on me then. But yeah, you didn't know that the titles changed and didn't just pick the one you want. I don't know why it works that way. You know, I wish it was you just get access to more titles based on both the tome and the combination, and then you choose which one. And I think a lot of players would welcome that change, because I know a lot of people who have been very frustrated to find that they've lost the title they were aiming for, or they didn't. It's not terribly clear as well how it works sometimes, and sometimes the title that people are aiming for, they don't quite get it, or they messed up. It doesn't work in the way that they think it will. So I don't know why it works that way, and I wish they would just switch it to it adds more titles to your pool that you can choose, and they're special titles that go into a different pool than your main ones, so you still get to stack them. But yeah, it is tricky. So you lost your druid title. Sorcery, I don't think sorcery is disallowed. I wasn't actually trying to cast, but I was just seeing it's where you have to click to cast it. So I was seeing what was in my right click menu, so it let me do the summon warg. It was showing me the summon warg thing. I just couldn't see where my walls are, but it might be, I suspect it's more that you can't do things like firewalls, or it might be stone or ice wall that I've got as well, that you can't do those in buildings. I'm sure that somewhere, if I knew where to look, there would be some way of seeing what I've got access to on the sorcery menu, but maybe not. Maybe not. And you had neighbours, but they weren't very hardcore. A lot of Worm players are not very hardcore, in fairness. Like, some of my favourite neighbours are the ones who just sort of happily breed some animals and just chill. Just chill. This spring you've been in Worm for 5 years, Bun. I mean, you say imagine that, but like you did not feel like a new player, and you weren't a new player when I met you, so you definitely feel like a seasoned Worm player. From me, 5 years does not surprise me at all, but I know that it still surprises you. Stablam's moved over to this mallet. Might have reached his limit on the spindle. I might go and tink that up in a minute if nobody else has moved to it. But I don't want to go and imp something that he might still be imping, so I'll just keep an eye on it. Yeah, so you just checked on button. Yeah, so you still get the menu option. It's just if you tried to click on it and it were disallowed, you wouldn't be able to. But I thought for the wool ones you had to click on a tile border, so I think it's because I'm in a building that it won't let me do it. But I could check it when I'm back outside on the ground. So Wishbone, you started playing when you were 15 or 16 years old, so you didn't do so much when you started. Well, I don't know if we still got Ruffle in chat, but Ruffle, for her first few years of playing Worm, she's quite fond of talking about her first few years of playing Worm when she lived pretty much a hermit life, and she would go picking flowers and things. And now Bun and others have got her doing more deliberate skilling. But I have to say, I'm very much in the do whatever activity you find fun camp, and for me, grinding skills isn't fun. Like, I've sometimes done it when there's something else fun that I want to do with that skill, or the process of getting that skill is fun. But unlike a lot of Worm players who are very much numbers go up people and work very hard at sort of optimizing and making their skill grinds more efficient and like chasing those numbers, that's not my jam. That's not what I find fun about Worm. So I am pretty chill about those things. But that said, I have been playing the game long enough, and there are enough skills that I'm interested in Worm that I have got some high-ish stats. But like, I think I've only got one over 95. Like, my archaeology's up to 97. So most of my skills are somewhere between sort of, I don't know, 50 and 80. And there's a handful that I've never even touched at all. And ones that are lower. But of the skills that I use, they're mostly sort of between, I don't know, 50 to 80. My regular ones I use a lot, like carpentry. Obviously those are higher. So I'm doing carpentry imps at the moment. My carpentry's 94. But not really so much for having sat down and deliberately tried grinding those up, except to certain lower thresholds in order to unlock like furniture with fine carp or something like that. You're not a new player, but you've learned a lot of things. You lack a lot of historical things where you just weren't in the game at the time. But also, like, even people who've been playing Worm for years, like, I don't think there's anybody who knows Worm inside out, with a couple of exceptions. For the most part, most people are always still learning new things in Worm, even if they've been playing for years. I think that's quite a common experience. Regis, you took a long break, having a main character in the old servers and then another one in the new servers. And then you merged them both when you came back, so you can, okay. So you're now on Northern Freedom Isles predominantly, is that right, Elregis? You moved your SFI toon over there once the portals made it possible. Those are now both up over 70. So, I don't know why I keep opening that. That's just a slot. So there is a spindle up here, what I don't know if anybody's working on. And a spindle down here. Okay, Cove's working on one of the spindles. I assume Cove's working on this one. I'm just going to keep an eye on it for a minute and see if it's QL or damage changes. I suspect that's the one that Cove's working on. There we go. So Cove's working on that one. Let's just see what Stablam's working on. Stablam is carving a mallet now, so I think Stablam is working on this mallet. So I'm going to go and think up this spindle that Stablam put a bunch of work into to get up to 50 and get it up and over 70. What do you mean you're doing quite well, Bun? For the length of time you've been in the game, I think you are possibly sort of one of the fastest skilled toons I know, and one of the highest skilled toons for the amount of time you are at Mega Grinder. Like, there's no two ways about that. That's not quite well. You massively overtook people who had been in game 2 or 3 times as long as you. A lot of people who've been in the game 2 or 3 times as long as you, quite fast, I think. Wishbone, so similar for you. You wandered around, got lost most of the time. Yeah. Yeah, Draka says she's still learning as well. We're all still learning. Always, always. Every day's a school day. Also, I need to drink. Oh my god. I haven't seen. Is somebody imping this Legat? Because it bothers me that it's left on 1 damage, but I don't want to jump into somebody else's queue. We see anybody tinking the Legat? Is that moving at all? You're the opposite of a grinder. Yeah, me too. I mean, I do occasionally, like I say, I've sometimes done a little bit of a deliberate grind, but when I say I've done a bit of a deliberate grind, I don't mean I've gone doing the most efficient thing that I can do. Like, I'm no good at using that grinder tool, at stacking the right quality of weapons. I don't do grinding with injuries. I don't do any of that stuff. Sometimes I have gone and done a concentrated grind, by which I mean using enchanted tools, using slate bonus, maybe using Kavasi, and like getting my head down and working at a specific thing for a few hours to get myself up over a threshold. That's as much grinding as I have ever done on anything this toon, and I spend an awful lot of my time in game just enjoying being in the game, exploring, building stuff, designing stuff, spending time with friends. As anybody who watches Calvert's streams, because Calvert and I have been streaming together on his channel for about 18 months now. Yeah, it probably is that, maybe more. Calvert and I spend a lot of time on his streams just pissing about, having fun, watching skies, really gaining like no skill whatsoever, because that's what we find fun to do in Worm. And to be honest, a lot of my Worm time is like that more generally. I enjoy designing and building things. There are some skills that I enjoy doing in the game, like I quite enjoy archaeology and botany and foraging and things. I enjoy just exploring and seeing the world. And I enjoy the community, and I enjoy community events and things. So that's what I tend to spend a lot of my time in game doing, because that's where I get my fun. But different people get their fun from different things in Worm, and that's part of the beauty of it, I think. Number goes up. Yeah. You usually keep it at 4 toons, sometimes 5 or 6. Wow. Do you all ever see the Worm streamers who open up like 10 game instances? And mine? No, I have not seen that. No, I imagine they get mine walls down very, very fast that way. I can't say that that's something that I would be interested to watch or to do. Like that's not my idea of fun. But I do sometimes have multiple toons on. But unlike Bun, so Bun will have several alts lined up, and they will all be doing things efficiently. They will all be skilling or making materials or something like that. When I have multiple alts on, I am not trying to use all of them at once by any stretch. That would drive me nuts. It would just stress me out. I would not do anything efficiently. And as you can see, even when I'm just playing on one toon primarily... Oh fuck, Melphis is AFK sailing, and I forgot! He is still on release though. See, this is what I mean. Let me just go and point him at somewhere that's not a server border. When I have multiple toons on, normally it's because some of the priests are in the background, like slowly regaining favour, or in Eshri's case, keeping an eye on the arena, my faux priest. In Melphis' case, he's currently AFK sailing a boatload of animals back to my home server. I'm trying to work out where I've abandoned him. Okay, it's fine. I now know where I'm going. Let me just turn him round. But usually I'm like, I can only really concentrate on one toon at a time, and I find if I open up several and I'm trying to move between them and line them all up, I just find it stressy. It just, like, it's not relaxing. I find it stressy. I get grumpy. It just saps all of my enjoyment. So generally speaking, I don't do that. When I've got multiple toons on, it's just because they're passively sat doing something in the background while I concentrate on my main. So not an efficient sort of stacker of ults at all, me. Hello, Tanimoth. Welcome to the chat. Your poor ults have died so many times because you've AFK walked them somewhere. Yes. I try not to AFK walk people anywhere. Sometimes I do it where, like, I'm walking one person one way and sailing one person another, And even then, sometimes I just manage to completely forget about the other toon for a minute. But AFK sailing is the one that catches me, because often when I am, for example, transporting animals back from things like impalongs. Oh, hello, Draka. What this? Thank you. Thank you. I left that here last weekend and then I forgot about it. Thank you so much. I had actually remembered it coming back for it, but I thought I'd come and pick it up after stream. After stream. Oh, Stablam's no longer a pheasant. I was going to give Draka a hug, but I think she's already gone, unless she's a pheasant too. Thank you, Draka. Yeah, but AFK sailing's the one that usually trips me up. And I try to, when I'm going to be sending someone AFK sailing, I'm either pointing them at a border, and one of the few upsides of that bug that almost always kicks you out of your boat when you cross a border is that they normally get slowed down once they've crossed a server, so they don't generally get into too much trouble over the other side if I haven't noticed that they've crossed, but also because they're on my friends list, when I'm not at an impalong with my event moving that much faster, even though I'm not watching their screen, I'll normally get the notification in event and see it in green when so-and-so logs into another service, or see when they've crossed the border, and then I can go and pay attention to them again. But I have on some occasions accidentally sailed a toon onto chaos when I wasn't looking, and I'd forgotten to plot a course, which is a PvP server for anybody who doesn't know. I have on occasion sailed them into a mountain and not noticed, and then gotten them killed or tabbed back to find them half dead when a load of trolls have descended on their head. So sometimes it doesn't pay off to be doing stuff in the background for me. Speaking of which, I don't know where Malphis is. Harvest Moon Ranch. Have I gone too far? No, I do know where he is. We're fine. Because I've got him in scavenger mode, that also has really low render distance. Wait, hang on. Why am I back on the rope tool? I wasn't meant to be on the rope tool, was I? Let's cancel that. I was meant to be doing this. Stablam kisses a Bunlows? Where did Bun go? I forgot what I was saying now. Oh, yes. Yeah, so, that's what happens to my ults, which is why I try not to do it more than I have to, and if I do, it's AFK sailing, and sometimes it goes wrong. As I say, sometimes I've been AFK sailing as well, and I've run into a Nessie that I can't outrun, and I just haven't noticed, because I often turn the sound down, but not off completely when I'm AFK ult sailing as well. Right, let's tink this one up over 70 as well. Somebody still working on that mallet? Don't know, let's just keep an eye and see if that damage goes, because I don't want to jump into somebody else's queue. There is the fishing pole over here as well. Assuming that they're intending to keep it as a fishing pole and not turn it into a fishing rod, because I think that will... I don't know, does it keep... Do fishing poles keep their quality when you turn them into rods? Does anybody know? So, yeah, so Bun's using 2 screens. You get half a screen per toon. I can sort of do a little bit of tessellation, so I can get 4 toons comfortably on 1 screen. But I only actually use 2 screens for Worm when I'm streaming. Because I am I play Worm on a laptop. I am a laptop gamer, not a PC gamer. And I find if I spend too long sat up at a desk, albeit with my laptop sort of, you know, propped up and things, too long in a desk chair, my posture is not great, and I end up like in pain and fatigued. So I stream up at a desk where I've got access to a second screen plus my laptop screen, and I'm using a wireless keyboard and mouse and things for this, so I've got all of my other stuff around me. But when I am actually playing Worm and not streaming Worm, I am playing it on a laptop on the sofa, albeit now with a mouse. For years I was a laptop gamer who refused to use a mouse, but I've finally come around to them, you know, 20 years into my laptop gaming career. But yeah, because I'm a laptop gamer, like, I'm usually 1 screen And this is, in fairness, this is an 18-inch screen. I have been on smaller screens with Worm, but even though I can stack multiple ones up there, like I could have 4 to a screen, it's just I don't enjoy it that way. It's not much fun for me, so I don't. You got a suggestion for Willow? Rodant Stewart. Rodant Stewart, yes. Well, make a thread bun. You heard me. Yeah, you got kissing. You only have more tunes on when you do the spam for rare items thing. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose there is one time when I will run 2 tunes concurrently, not AFK, and that's generally when I am getting alts care slotted up. So those creatures that I was collecting from the arena, and I can hear somebody killing one of the pheasants. I hope they're not going to go killing all of the passive mobs. Those creatures that I was collecting from the arena, all of those need caring for, and you get 1 care slot for every 10 animal husbandry you've got, +1 per toon. So I have a lot of alts who have just groomed and sheared their way up to 20 or 30 animal husbandry for a few care slots. In order to care for those creatures, they have to be premium at the point that they care for them to get more than 1 care slot, regardless of skill. And that is something that I will dual wield with. So usually when I've got a toon running around shearing and grooming and things and getting animal husbandry up, I will also be playing on Crim, and I'll be playing the 2 concurrently, but that's about the only time I dual wield in earnest, really. Right, Melphus is no longer probably going to die. He's now kind of on the home stretch towards Brambleholm. And I am not imping efficiently at all. But we've now got most of these up. This one still needs tinking up, so I'll switch to that one in a moment. Just want to get this one up to 71 at least. Like, I could sit here and make all of these higher, but I'm trying to get everything up to over 70 first. Also, have we still got Cove here imping? What's Cove imping at the moment? Because I don't want to jump in on their stuff. Cove's working on the fruit press at the moment. Oh, and has done the fishing pole. Look at that. So Spindle's now up to 71. Let's just get the fishing pole up to 71 as well. The reason, although the threshold's 70, the reason that I try and get everything up to 71 plus, or at least a little bit over, is because it means the first time it takes some damage and gets repaired, it doesn't immediately drop below the 70 threshold. And it also means if they go in for enchanting downstairs, they take a damage tick in that time, or they take some damage some other way and get a repair. They don't then drop below the 70 threshold that we try and make sure everything is at when it gets imped. So that's why I tend to go just a little bit over. Oh, wait, somebody's... Who's working on the fishing pole? I've just accidentally... Oh, Cove's working on it. Right, I shall leave Cove with that. Let's do this mallet then. So I think Cove's got these ones covered. And I don't know if we've still got Stablam here, but I said if Stablam showed up with a cart, I would go and make sure that we got it imped up. So I don't know if he brought one, but I shall ask him in a moment. 1 toon to rule them all. How do you heal in this game? You spawned in to check what server you were and a hellhound was killing you. You need cotton or wool. You can forage those up from a variety of nodes, but if you're no longer under attack, if you can see any enchanted grass nearby, going and standing on that will help you heal naturally faster, because you do get healing ticks slowly over time. But if you're somewhere that is not safe, and if the hellhound, yeah, especially if the hellhound hasn't now been taken out by gods or something like that, first thing to do is to get somewhere safe. But yes, when you have got somewhere safe, when the hellhound's taken care of, you can either wait and slowly heal over time, but if you want to actively play now, you probably want to be going foraging or botanizing. So you want to look for undergrowth, which is a large rambly green node, animal burrows, which are like little clay-like mounds with a hole in, or critter nests, which just look like small birds' nests on the ground. Those are all quite good good bets for foraging or botanizing up some cotton or some wool that you can then use to bandage your wounds. Newbie buff also increases healing. Healing cover, yeah, healing cover can improve. If any of the wounds that you've got, if you open up your paper doll, so you want to click this little thing up here to get onto the skeleton version, you can then click on the body part that's wounded. I haven't got any here, so I can't show you right now, but you click on the body part, and then it will show you the individual wounds. Any that are red instead of yellow or orange, those are the ones that you want to just mouse over and check, because it will tell you if the wound is stable, i.e. it's not going to change with healing ticks. If it is healing, it might be healing slow or fast, or if it's worsening. And if it's worsening, then that's something you need to do something about, starting with probably something like a healing cover. I keep forgetting what I'm imping. I'm imping this, aren't I? Right. Pay attention, Crim. Do better. Earth nostrils. What? As in animal burrows, do you mean, Robbie? Just remembered my Milky Bar buttons. That's the second one I've had for this whole stream. Let's go and see where Melphis is. Not beached on a mountain. And not dead, importantly.
Meh.
Right. That reminds me. Decoy foot and mount. Oh. I was going to ask Blam if he had a cot that needed imping. Because I said if I caught him at the impalong, I'd imp up his cart if it still needed it. Floofs for floof shear. Got some floofs in my boat as well. Oh, and look, there we go. Right, those are all up over 70. Cove's working on these ones. Sublime has brought a cart, but it has been imped. Good, good, good. Okay, so the last couple of carpentry items are safe in Cove's hands. Let's go and have a look around. And also, I need to remember to actually drop off these bits that I bought if they're going to have any hope of getting imped. I don't know that we're going to have a toy maker here before the event ends now, but I mustn't forget that I dropped a chessboard in there. So let's go see, go see. Leatherworking, my leatherworking is probably not good enough to help the stuff in here. There is actually some leather stuff that needs doing though, but my leatherworking is not super. I don't think I've got anything leather to drop off because this has now been imped up. Pop that in there. But if anybody's doing weapons right now, my mull is looking a bit the worse for wear and could probably do with tinking up. So I need, that goes in a forge, that goes in a forge. But bows, where are bows going to go? Up here? I saw bowyery earlier. Oh, except it's not going up here because, once again, it's already been imped. It needs enchanting. So let's go and find somewhere to put these couple of bits. Yeah, Draka will kindly send stuff on to people after the event if they've forgotten it, but that costs Draka money to do, so so please do remember to pick your stuff up if you can. Oh, what am I looking for? Crafting, lamps, horseshoes. Is anybody doing jewellery making at the moment? I could go and help with jewellery making if not, although actually it looks like someone's on it. Right, weapons. Which of these? What's the backlog like? That one looks mostly done. So Asphodel's doing weapon smithing by the look of it. Most of these are up and over. So, oh crap. Do you know what? This is the bit I hate. When I drop my main weapons and armour in for things that inflongs, this is the one thing that makes me sad, because this one, in fairness, this one is just named with all of the enchants that it's got on it, so that one is quite easy for me to rename again. But when it comes to like my main armor, all of my armor and my tools have got names, and I have to go sort of like taking records of what they were called, because otherwise I will just never remember. like my fanciest pants, for example, and like my tools have all got silly names and things, the ones that I use regularly. So when I have to then drop them in for imping and I have to sort of like take the name off them, I have to try and remember to make a note. But this one just has the enchant, so that's easy enough to do again. So let's drop that one in there and see if somebody can just tink it back up over the line for me. Yeah, Olafus was imping carts earlier, and I didn't know how long Stablam had been here because I only saw him pop up partway through stream. Looks like is Rix doing? Yeah, so somebody is working on jewelry smithing. What else did I need to drop off? That needs to go in enchanting. Shields were over here somewhere, right? Shields, plate, shields. So that's already got my name on it, so that one can go in there. And then I need to drop this bow in for enchanting. And I'm going to my sexy flexi. I think that can probably afford to lose its name. This was imped up to almost 96, courtesy of a very, very lovely Myra, who kindly imped up 2 of my 3 rare bows for me. Now I want Circle of Cunning on this, and then I just want Bloodthirst seeded on it, which is quite a quick one. So let's find the Circle of Cunning shelf. And just in case the same person's doing both, I'm going to ask for those casts on there, but I'm going to leave it in the cock shelf. So that one's going to go in there. Wonder if we've got anybody doing web armor at the moment. On the off chance that we do, might actually put that one in there as well. So we can pop that in there for web armor. Done. Now, because Melphis has crossed a border... Oh, he's sailed into a mountainside, but he's not dead. We're fine. Because Melphis has crossed a border, and I've got... Oh, Yen's here, is she? Great. Yen being one of Bun's priests. Thanks, Bun. Because Melphis has crossed a border and we've all got our tame slots back... Oh my goodness. This is what happens when you combine a load of cotton and then you drop it. Or when you combine any item that's combinable, in fact. You combine past a certain size and the item size is up. So you might have seen this if you've ever combined a load of wood scrap and you drop it and you get a giant wood scrap. Same is true of other things. So that is a giant cotton right there. But as I was saying before I grasshoppered, because Melphis has crossed the border, we've all got our tame slots back. So what I am going to go and do before I forget is I'm going to log Olivette on and have her hand her pheasant over to Crim. And I'm going to get Crim to put it in a boat because I don't think it's likely that we're going to get any more GM spawning stuff tonight. So I will have the opportunity to sail that back over a border back home before I might need Crim's tame slot again. So Ollie. Let's get her on. Whoops. And not walk Crim into a wall. And to be honest, she could sit with that thing tamed for a while, but I have a grasshopper brain and not a very good short-term memory, not very good working memory. So I tend to, as soon as I can, go and do the next step in a thing that I need to, because otherwise I'm paranoid that I will forget. So there we go. She's just logged back in. I have relogged Crim since I last did this, so I'm going to do the / invitations command again. Although, apparently, I guess because I didn't actually log out of the game, although I logged off my client, I would have been on cooldown. It looks like it was actually still on, but there we go. I've turned it back on again, so I can now accept pets.
Uh-oh. My grasshopper brain hopped again. What was I saying?
Your lump is cold anyway, Bun. Thank you. And what am I doing? Going on to Olivette, and she is going to hand off her pheasant to Crim. So she will give pet Olivet gives you her adolescent geese with a spoon. And I'll go load that one into a boat. And Olivet can now log back off again because she's full of favour already and no longer needs to sit babysitting or leading anything. So let's go and put this one safely in a boat as well. How are you doing over there, Madoon? Is your have your experiments with starberries borne any fruit? No pun intended. Right. Oh, you know what? I didn't repair these cages before I put creatures in them. Never mind. We'll repair the two that are empty. And that mooring anchor. Nope. You'll get there. You'll get there. I have faith in you. Bandersnatch is down to 84. Right. So I have indeed got one cage free, one cage left at the end of this. So on the, like, if something spawns in the interim, I could put something else in it, but more likely what will happen is when Melphis gets all the way back with an empty boat, having emptied out that one that he's sailing home with an empty boat with empty cages, he will then sail this one home, and I will probably put one of the passives, one of the extra passives in that, and put it in the market at Little Venice as a freebie for anybody who wants it. Because when I've got sort of empty cage spaces on a journey back from an impalong, I tend to try to fill them up. And just bring home. Why am I getting stuck on a refresh loop? Whoop! That was exciting. I tend to just bring an extra passive home, in case anybody wants it, because I know the sorts of ones that people tend to adopt. Ruffle's already been sorted out with sheep, so she's good. I don't know if there's any spare sheep wandering around. I might bring one of the spare sheep if there's still a Chris Eubank or something, or one of the pigs or something like that. You escaped the hellhound by going to the neighbour who still has her horse farm. Excellent. You had a short loop of the stream too. That's weird. Let me just go and have a look at the Twitch connection. Okay, still showing as excellent for me, but let me know if it gets buggy in any way for you. It looks like the stream is stable now. Maybe it was just having we were having a little bit of a lag spike all round. And Melphis is almost safely back at Brambleheim. But because we're in the snow, even navigating my way back to my own deed, I still have to, like, it just takes me a minute to be like, yeah, I am heading at the right bit of landscape. So this is a massive underground deed. We got waylaid by arena shenanigans and things. You've got the imping building that I'm just heading back towards over there. This is the Colosseum, the arena, where we were having our arena shenanigans. There are a few other buildings that are worth being aware of, but most of these, I think, probably don't apply to the impalong. And if they use any of the sort of the gaming buildings or the prize buildings, they normally tell you where they are. But there's a game hall just down here. I don't know if Draka's running anything in the game hall this weekend, but if you get a call to come to the game hall for something or other, that's the game hall there. So that's just west, down the main path west from the imping building and the arena. There's a few merchants just over here in the bazaar and the maze. I know there have been some maze runs run last weekend. I don't know if they've run any this weekend yet or not. Draka there. Oh, Zan had lag. You felt it too. But if you're here when they do a maze run, the maze is just behind here, and you get to it up this little bridge here. That's the entrance to the maze, just there. And I don't know. I don't think the prize hall usually gets used for stuff. Does it, Draka? Does it get used at the end of the event? But I think anything else is pretty much within sight. There is also a campground just off Deed, so you can go and put down a tent. But as I said before, this is quite close to a start town. So if you did die here and you didn't have a tent down, you had to respawn. As long as you go and respawn at Lormere, just down here at this start town, you can run back here quite quickly and retrieve your corpse. How does the water taste in Xanadu? Refreshing. Always refreshing. Oh, bun! That was close. Good night, Tantail. Good night. The light poles have names so you know what street you're on. Oh, and the maze hard mode didn't get the mobs. Sad. So they do. Look at that. There you go. So Draka's saying that the lamps will tell you what street you're on. And even if you don't know where you are, if you can tell somebody what street you're on, then one of the staff can help you if you're lost, help you find your way back. How long ago was it that I told people I was streaming? I don't know, but just to be on the safe side, let's just warn them again. Now, I don't think that any of these have changed since I was here last. I don't imagine there's going to be new cots to imp. My shipbuilding is nothing to speak of, so I can't really help much with ships. I could go and have a look up at the forges and things, but actually I think probably most of it is now pretty well in hand. Should we go and watch Bun cast? Is that going to make you more or less likely to shatter stuff? So this is one of Bun's tunes, Yen, over here. Currently casting on, I think, the hat. How's that going? Have you broken it yet? Nice. And I don't like, usually it takes a while for people to get to these things, so I'm not expecting that any of the others have been looked at yet. What did I even drop in here? Oh my god. Oh, the bow. Oh, it has been cast on, look at that. So the bow's already got Circle of Cunning. I need to just move it over to the Bloodthirst shelf and hope that somebody wasn't casting on it that particular moment. Here's hoping. How do we see our titles, if any? Okay, so you can see other people's titles by just hovering over them, but for yours, if you type /titles, then it will allow you to select which titles you want to use. If you have sorcery titles, those are separately down here, and same with meditation titles. So, as we were saying earlier, if you were here for the sorcery discussion, you get titles from using tomes, but it doesn't just add them to a pool so you can select which one you use. You only have one sorcery title at a time based on the combination of tomes you've got, or which tome you've got if you've just got one. So this is my sorcery title, and I can choose to hide it if I want to. It's on by default. This is my meditation title, which again you only have one of at a time, and I can choose to hide it if I want to. But all of my other titles are in these two lists, and I can choose which two titles I want to use and in what combination. So that's where you can see your full list of skill titles, any titles that you have for things like premium time, the Lomina titles, those will be in this list as well. And there's also a handful of titles that you get for the first time you kill, particularly uniques and things like that. Those will also be in this main list. So this is where most of your titles will live. Completing some journal goals gives you a title as well. So several of the journals have got titles associated with them. You'll find those in the rewards section, so you'll know what you're going to get when you complete those. That gives you the professional title, for example. That gives you the expert title, and the master title in the final journal goal, which is Destinations Unknown. So there's lots of places that titles can come from, but the only ones that don't sit in that main list basically are sorcery ones from tomes and meditation titles from your meditation path. Also a title from completing the tutorial. Yeah, one for getting drunk. Yeah, there's a handful of sort of like sneaky extra ones. Yeah, I've got Tome of Incineration. I've got I wish I could see with ease which ones I've taken, because I should know. Let me go and have a look on the wiki for you, and I can probably tell you which tomes I've had. Tome of Incineration is definitely one of them. And actually, I'll tell you what, if I step out of a building, we can see if that's what was stopping me from figuring out what my other spells were. There we go. So I've got Wall of Fire as an option there. I've got Summon Warg as an option. There should be another one. I'm sure there should be another one. But I don't... Because I never use these, I'm not used to seeing how and what you get them. Oh, you were talking about Jackalope. Okay, yeah. So, but I also have Tome of Incineration, so I started off with Incinerator. So my combination includes that one. Let's have a look. Tomes. So if you want to look up this and all of this, how it works, what information that is there on the wiki is under sorcery. Hello, Zetran, how you doing? Is under sorcery on the wiki. And let's have a look. I thought I'd swallowed 3 tomes, but it might only have been 2, in fairness. So what gets you Enchantress? No, it must only be 2. 2 other abilities. So I've got Tome of Incineration, and I've got whichever one gives you Wall of Fire. White Tome of Magic, I think. So those are the 2 that I've had, and those 2 combined give you the Enchantress title, which is the one I've got. I could, like, if I came into a windfall and I got a bunch of other tomes, I might be willing to swap it for another title, but I would kind of want to wait until I had the right combination to get to the next title that I was happy with, rather than be stuck with a title that I didn't like. I suppose I could just hide it until I got to one I was happy with again, but I quite like the Enchantress title. Is your magic good out? So your sorcery is good out of the gate, but you do need to have a gem staff to actually cast it, and that's something that if you can't make yourself, you can buy these from merchants. It requires a star gem from memory. It's been an awful long time since I made mine, so it requires a special sort of gem to make, and I don't know what the thresholds are like, the skill thresholds for making them. So these, apparently they require natural substances. My god, do they really? Apparently it requires natural substances to make. So these staffs in particular, this is just a weapon staff, but these are the sorcery staffs. There you go, they do. So they require a star gem to make. It doesn't matter which one you make, and it doesn't matter what quality it is. So if you have a chance to make it, even if that chance is low, it doesn't matter if you make a crap quality one, as long as you don't go leaving it anywhere, because then obviously it will decay. But it's just any staff with any with any gem type in at any quality is sufficient for you to then be able to use your sorcery abilities. As I say, I carry a staff around, but I almost never use mine. That's true. You do need karma to do sorcery. Quite right, Bun. So it's not about powering it up. It's not like skilling something up and you get better at using it. But it does use something. It does use a sort of like a mana, effectively, with a finite resource, and that's karma. You can see how much karma you've got by right-clicking on your body down here, looking at karma, and that will show you what you can do with your karma. So these are karma effects separate to sorcery, but your sorcery calls on this same pool. So I've got 63,000 karma. There are multiple ways to get karma in the game. The way that most people get karma is through completing missions like these. So contributing to missions. But you can also get karma for other things, like I think burying guards, for example, gives you karma. Let's have a look what the full karma list is. You can tell that I don't often do it on purpose. Eating source salt, source crystals, of course, gives you karma. So if you've ever seen, those of you that are not new to my stream today, those of you that have seen me sort of streaming with Calvert or whatever in the past, every so often you'll see me stuff a load of source crystals down Calvert's throat. That's because every so often Calvert and I go mountaineering and throw ourselves off a very high mountain, and sometimes we die and need to retrieve our corpses, and that is one of the things that you can use karma for, that anybody can use karma for if you've got it, summoning your corpse. So if you've gone and yeeted yourself off a very high mountain and your corpse is halfway up it that you've got no hope of retrieving, this is how you get that baby back. I use my karma for Town Portal, actually, when I haven't got a priest parked at home. Like right now, Eshery's here. Normally she would be the priest that summons me back to my deed if I'm not sailing. So sometimes I will just chew through a load of karma, town portaling myself back to my settlement from a portal. I never use this one, but you can use it to light up street lights and things nearby. But also, as Bun quite rightly says, using your sorcery abilities will also use that karma, tap into that karma. Also, you have priest magic. Yes. So, so as Elry just says, we're talking about sorcery stuff that you get from tomes, but what Bun is doing and others over there, where they're casting on items, that is a separate thing, and that is something that gets skilled up. That's based on your channeling skill. So those are priests, and one of the sacrifices you make for converting to be a priest is you can no longer imp stuff, and there's one or more basic actions that you also cannot do as a priest depending on your god, so you may not be able to mine or dig or something else, or cut trees. But yes, so priests who are the ones casting on these using a different kind of magic than sorcery, that is a skilled thing, something that you gain skill with over time. And in order to cast on things that are impalong, you need to have 70 plus channeling before you can consider casting on other people's stuff. And the reason for that is because when channeling fails, you can destroy people's items, but the chance of failure with casts drops off considerably once you are above 70 skill, and the higher you are above that, and if you've got other things unlocked, like the benediction journal thing, there's other things that you can stack on that also increase your casting ability and reduce the chance, effectively reduce the chance of you shattering somebody's stuff. But it does happen sometimes, even with the best casters. Sometimes RNG is just not in your favour. Get it from chameleons. Get more from chameleons. You're sitting on 245,000 karma, Robbie. Do you ever use yours? One of your alliance mates has got 2 million karma. Bun. Jesus Christ. Right. Okay, let's have that one back, so I won't forget about it. Let's pop that there. Has this one been seeded with bloodthirst? Oh! Ah, somebody put nimble on it for me. I mean, that's probably a good shout. Not bloodthirst, though. Your priest is only 55 channeling. Yeah. But, yeah, depending on what god you are, there are still things that priests can do to grind impalong as well. So although you can't grind casting on people's stuff, you'll see a lot of, like, Vin priests, for example, going and casting opulence on the foods and things, because that's a good one to spam. Mag priests have the easiest way to grind up channeling of all the priests, I think, from a lower level, and that is light token. But please don't use light token at impalongs. If you spam light token to channel up, it will just massively increase the lag for everybody, because light sources increase lag, and impalongs are already pretty laggy with all of the light sources, all of the items, all of the tunes, all of the creatures moving in local and things like that. But yeah, as long as you're spamming something that isn't creating light sources like light token, opulence, bless, those are all good shouts at impalong while you're just sitting there. And also, the other really good thing about impalongs for priests, if you're not yet all the way up to 100 faith, is at impalongs there are usually sermon circles running with half-hourly rotation. You have to get in a queue, but because there are so many people at impalongs, like we've got 40 people in local at the moment, and they're probably not all in range of the priests, but most of them will, because most of them will be in this one impalong building, which is why it's all centered in one building, because then they'll take it in turns to sermon, and the amount of faith you get for that sermon is based on the number of listeners, valid listeners, within 4-tile radius. Yeah, it doesn't take many light tokens to be brighter than the sun. It happens quite fast. Oh, yes, of course. Robbie, Robbie uses his karma to grief allies with skellies. Every so often we find skellies spawned on our deeds. It's usually Robbie. On the rare occasions that he leaves his mountain, sometimes he leaves gifts behind around the Alliance. Okay, so we're waiting for a bloodthirst seed on that. And I've got a couple of things up being imped. This is one of the skins that's been put on this fountain. This is one of the shop skins that I think is available all the time. Calvert's favourite fountain skin. But yeah, this is the priest den that I'm stood in the middle of down here. So if you have a priest here who's not yet at 100 faith, you can ask to join the sermon circle. If you're going to be around for a while, there's often a queue of sometimes like a couple of hours or more to wait before you get to sermon. But anybody who has got several priests has either got them to 100 faith by sermoning with a lot of other premium tunes back at home, or benefited from all of the people close enough to count as valid listeners at impalongs. Certainly, I think almost all of my priests got most of their faith from impalongs over the years, and they are all now 100 faith priests. Yeah. So, also, we've got a rare altar here, and for anybody that doesn't know, if you're joining the sermon circles, it doesn't matter which god an altar is dedicated to for sermons. It matters for prayer, but for sermons, you can preach from any altar of any god, so long as it is dedicated to a god. And if there is a rare altar available, you always want to preach on that one because you get a bonus for it. So even though this is a lib altar, whatever your god, if you're sermoning here, make sure that's the one that you start preaching from. Oh, you're the only one doing it at the moment. Okay. So actually, there you go. There's a whole load of sermon slots open right now. If anybody's sat here with a priest, slots available for anybody who wants them. I think all of the ones that I can help with up here are already being worked on. So I don't think there's anything much that I can contribute up here without getting in somebody else's way. Somebody has imped my mall back up for me, very, very kindly. Are they still... that might still be being imped, so I'm just gonna leave them to it. So Stablam's working on shields, but my shield will take a while to get tinked up, but I can see that he's working on my one at the moment. I think that was it, wasn't it? I had 2 items here. I don't think anybody's going to be working on toy making yet, because like I said, I think it's unlikely that will get worked on at all. Just out of interest, since I'm running around with the log, I'm just looking at the public supply carts in case they need imping, but they're all pretty well imped up. You're also preaching Wishbone. Great. Jackalope, yeah, and you might want priests of different faith. It's quite the commitment to have multiple priests premiumed, because it's not enough to just get their faith up, but also because you have to, in order to get the benefits of being a priest, you have to be above the ceiling for faith that you can be at as a free player, as a free-to-play toon, I mean. Not only do you have to commit to skilling up those priests, but also you can only use them as priests while they're premium. And if their premium drops, they don't stop. They don't lose their priest status. It's just they can't do anything as priests until they're premium again, effectively. So it doesn't drop their faith when they drop, but it means, so for example, I've got Eshri, who is the one who was running around getting all of those creatures out of the arena. She's my faux priest. She does a little bit of healing, a little bit of humid drizzle, but most of her stuff is spent charming animals. I've forgotten once again that Melphis was sailing, so let's just go and look at... Oh, he's fine. He's in fact sailed into the edge of my cow pens back at Brambleheim. He is safe and sound. I'm not going to try sailing him back now. I am just going to put him in the dock and log him out. So Eshri, my faux priest, she's perma-premiumed, if you like, in as much as I give her a full year's premium every time I give Crim a full year's premium, which I'm about to do again, because hopefully we're coming up on a Black Friday sale fairly imminently. So she's a priest that I keep premiumed all the time. As of just this last year, I now also keep my mag priest premiumed all the time, because although his strong wool is useful, that's not normally something I need year round. But since we got portals last summer, having what Bud and Ruffle and I refer to as portal ping priests has proven such a quality of life improvement for me that it is worth me paying for a second priest to be premium all year round for that. So my mag priest is now always premium as well. But Olivette, who just handed over the pheasant to me like 20 minutes, half an hour ago, she's actually my Venora priest. She is not usually premium. Every so often I will just premium her up for a month or so, usually when I want to make use of something like her reveal creatures or her mend ability. But her channeling is nowhere near good enough for her to actually be a casting priest. So she, like, I don't cast on any of my own stuff. None of mine have good enough channeling for that, really. The best channeling of the lot of them will be Eshri, and hers is, I think, in the 50s. She's logged on here somewhere. But as I said, I'm not somebody who grinds skills on my main, let alone on my alts. So I leave the item enchanting up to people who are much better at that than me and have put the time in to be good at it. Just having a look to see what Eshri's channeling actually is. There we go. Her channeling is 62.3, and that has come entirely from charming animals in many arenas and out in the wild during things like Christmas, when the GMs will sometimes spawn named creatures just out in the wild for festive fun. So pretty much all of her channeling has come from just charming creatures across the years, tinked up slowly over time. It is such a premium thing to have, isn't it, Bun? Like, it's absolutely a luxury to have. It's a luxury for some people to have premium on their main toon, let alone have additional toons who are also premium, like priests. But it is sort of the height of luxury to have a priest who is premiumed pretty much just to fast portal you back and forth, like ping you across the servers. So usually Aramis is parked at a portal, any portal, so that if I want to cross servers fast, not by boat, I can just use him to summon me to that portal, step through the portal, and then go wherever I want to on the other side. So he is predominantly my portal ping priest, but I do, because he's a mag priest, I do also use him, make good use of him semi-regularly for, I love how the water is like heart-shaped, or is it die? I think that's Seraphina imping while she walks. But yeah, my mag priest summons soul far more than he does anything else. But I am also trying to make better use of him, since he's premium all the time anyway right now, for strong wool and mole senses and things, because I do a lot of terraforming and deeding and building. I'm a builder, really. And I have just dropped another deed just this afternoon. Whoops! So he's going to be doing a lot of strong wooling and fixing of mines over the coming weeks, I think. But yeah, all of my toons are about to get another year premium bumped onto them. I say all of my toons, 3 of my toons. I will have 3 toons re-premiumed in the next week or so for at least another year. And any other toons that I premium, I tend to just premium for a short while when I want them. Yeah, Ruffle, you weren't here. I started the stream being like, so it's 0 days since Myra last read a boat and 0 days since I last dropped a deed. Okay, but in my defense, one of my Exodus deeds dropped all on its own a week or so ago, and one of my release deeds. So technically, I was 2 deeds down before I went 1 deed back up again, so I'm still on less deeds than I was a month ago. So it all balances out, right? Yeah. You haven't died today yet. But they're like buses, Ruffle. They come in 3s. I mean, Myra's done one of her things today. I've done my thing today. I'd be careful if I were you. That sounds like a sort of Damocles to me. Somebody else needs to get their, 0 days since this thing. We don't tell. We don't count. How many deeds? What, how many deeds have I got now? I would have to count. Because I never know off the top of my head. I want to say 6. I think I've got 6 deeds. Which, considering I was up to 9 6 months ago, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Because a couple of them dropped when I wasn't looking. Oh no, wait, I forgot Cape Aravel. Fuck. Or did I? Brambleheim and Little Venice on release. I live at Thorspring on Exodus, but that's not my deed, so we're not counting it. That's Calvert's deed. But I have Cape Aravel, and I'm not keeping it for long, but I do still technically have Lochan na Dúnach on Exodus, which was a little temporary deed where Calvert and I need to build the bridge over to that one. The other little lock that I had there has fallen, so I no longer have Little Lock. I've got on Independence, I've got my my little bandit hideout deed where the sheep live. I sold my pristine deed. My celebration deed was disbanded ages ago. Never had a Xanadu deed. Am I forgetting one entirely? I disbanded my Delhi deed. Was it earlier this year? Sometime last year, and gave Bun all my horses. So I don't have a Delhi deed. That's it. 1 on Indie, 2 on release, 2 on Exodus, plus the new one this afternoon. Madoon, you've died in Ruffles' stead several times tonight. Why have you died, Madoon? What's happening? You have 5 for now, Ruffle. Well, so that's good though, right? Because as long as you have less deeds than me, you don't have too many deeds. That's the rule, right? That's how it works. Pretty sure that's how it works. Draka, you've got 3. So you've got your animal deed, vendor horse, and the campgrounds, River Styx, and this one. Oh, you're out treasure hunting, Madoon. Okay, okay. What have you died to out of interest? Is it treasure maps spawning things on you? Or have you just been unfortunate in what you've run out into the wild? I saw a wonderful, I won't, it will have gone now because I've relogged Crim a couple of times, but just as I was leaving Exodus, there's a Toon who's been playing on I don't know how long he's been playing on Exodus, but for the last several weeks, there's somebody who keeps dying and hitting the death tab on Exodus. Toon called Supremo. But just as I left Exodus, he got his best. They got their best death tab yet. They died to 1 defeated foe and about 50 goblin camp goblins. So I suspect they just walked into a goblin camp and got mobbed. But vast hordes of beasts getting you, Madoon. I don't know what you're talking about, Bun. Don't know what you're talking about. Right. What was it doing? What was it doing? Have we got Bloodthirst yet? What priests cast Bloodthirst, Bun? You will know better than I. What sort of priest am I waiting for that one? Oh, I've got it. I've got it. Yay! They're so good to us. You've been visiting the feral parts of release with few guard towers and lots of locked gates. Yeah, I feel you there. There are definitely, there's feral parts of every server, but treasure hunting certainly takes you there. Have I got everything else from here that I needed to? I think I probably have, right? Let's just close that one up and see. So I've got my bow back, I've got my hat. Those were the only things that were in for casting. Now, what did I have this called? I think it was Crim's Sexy Flexy, right? Who knows? It's my reflex bow anyway. Only now it's got casts, so let's... Nice! 97 nimbleness. And 89 cop on BT. Nice. Thanks, Bun. You never really knew what you were doing in the game. Yeah, and I think that trips a lot of people up, particularly if you are used to other MMOs where you get a much clearer sort of like quest line and progression. Worm now has some things to try and help you do. Like now we've got journal goals and things to help kind of set you on the right path. But because Worm is and always has been a very kind of sandbox game, really, Worm is a game that hands you a bunch of tools and a big open world that you have complete control to affect, and says, go see what you can do with it. And that is wonderful, but also can be really overwhelming to figure out, because you do have to do a lot of figuring stuff out on your own. You have to get really comfortable with using the wiki. And I tried like my first several months in Worm, I was refusing to use the wiki. I was like, I don't want to have to refer to an external source. I'm just going to try and figure all of this out in game. And eventually I got over it, and it was so much better when I did. But that's not for everybody. Not everybody will get on with the game where they have to go referring to an external source to learn stuff. And even then, there's a load that we still don't really know about how it works. We're working on our best assumptions and you know, and a certain amount of testing, limited testing that we're able to do in game of certain theories and things. But you know, how long did I say I've been playing now? 12 years in. I still have Wormpedia open pretty much any day that I'm doing anything much in Worm. And that's the wrong one. Is anybody still imping them all? Just going to keep an eye on this for a second and see if this changes, because I suspect some... Yes, okay, I'm not going to touch it because they're still tinking for me. Yeah. Took you a while to find archaeology is something you enjoy. I really like archaeology as well. I find it quite enjoyable to get skill in, and you make fun stuff with it. And actually archaeology was a game changer, particularly for people who don't have priests, or don't have very skilled toons or the time to skill them, because archaeology made it possible to get high quality items in things you don't have skills in. So for example, I can make with archaeology high quality armor and shields, and I have like no skill in those in-game skills, like my weapon smithing, my armor smithing, my shield smithing. Those are all pants, not something I've ever really touched. But because my archaeology skill is good, sorry, nearly kicked a cat, but because my archaeology skill is good, with time and patience, I can make myself armor, and you're rolling the dice a lot of the time, it will be in a crap material, but although you're gambling on the material and you're gambling on whether or not it will get casts or runes with it when you create it, you can at least control the quality to a degree, because you can choose which quality frags you combine in things. So I make items in a far higher quality than I could ever imp, thanks to archaeology. And I think that sort of opened up possibilities for a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't be able to access that kind of stuff. Right, what am I back up here for? We don't need to look at toys. What's Seraphina working on? Seraphina's doing tailoring over there. Spacey's on the leatherworking. I tell you what I didn't look at, actually. What shape my armour is in. Let's have a look. My poor hat. No, you know what? It's all still what Drakehide jacket could do with a tink, I suppose. Right, we're probably not going to get an arena for a while. Maybe Spacey won't mind if I just drop that one in. So let's just rename that one. Drop that in there. Because your jacket in particular, your jacket and your trousers more than anything else, your pants, sorry. Trousers if you're British, will take more of a kicking than most other things, because that's when most things will hit you. Which is why my gloves and my sleeves, for example, are still up in the late 70s or early 80s, but my chest piece was down to 60s, and my Drakehide pants are just over 70s. And my adventurer's hat, That takes damage too, even though it gives me no armor, much to my great frustration, but that's still happily up in the 90s. I suppose the other thing that I didn't do, which I probably should have looked at, was the state. I think my tools are probably all in pretty good nick, to be honest. But it's possible some of them might not be. Particularly, I was doing a lot of archaeology over Halloween, and I haven't looked at those. How's my trowel doing? 7 damage. But it's fine, it's still over 80. Most of these are still late 80s or 90. So I think most of my main tools and things are pretty good nick. You never really knew what you did, like, so how exactly do things work in Worm? Yeah. That's a difficult one to answer. And as Elrie just says, yeah, you've got to find what you enjoy. So Jackalope, you see people building cities and villages and, oh yeah, and rift beams. Yep. Those are something that like, rifts can be good fun, but it's not something that you want to go into unprepared. And if you haven't done rifts before and you decide you want to get into rifts, even if you've got, even while you're lower fighting skill, you can do rifts, but you want to go into rifts, A, well armored, and B, on a mount, because going into a rift on foot is going to get you killed. You could get swamped very, very quickly by mobs, and you need to be able to, whatever skill level you're at, you need to be able to turn and bolt back out without relying on stamina to be able to do so. In a rift, even the most skilled toons often end up having to pull back out, go and heal, and then go back in again at rifts. It's just if you're a lower skilled toon or if you're in less good armor, you're going to be doing that more often, and you can't afford to take on as many mobs at once before you do. But rifts can be quite fun at all skill levels. I just wouldn't go into a rift if you are brand spanking new till you've got a bit of fight skill and got yourself some decent armor, but happily impalongs help with that. And have lots of cotton, yes, as Madoon says. Go in with lots of cotton because you are going to be healing all the time. You want to go in with at least sort of 5 kilos of cotton. If you can afford to carry more, carry more. Because you will just go through it. You end up with lots and lots of smaller wounds at rifts, and occasionally a few big ones that you need to tackle before you can have a hope of going back in. My chocolate buttons are melting. Whoops. Right. There isn't usually a lot in masonry. And it belongs. In fact, there's nothing in this one. But it's always worth having a peek, because that's one of the things I can help with. How's pottery? Pottery's already been done. And carpentry we've just come from. Unless more stuff's gone in carpentry since I left it, which I don't think it has. So now things are just getting imped up higher for those that have the skill. You really regret not bringing Taro along on the treasure hunt because you need a heavy hitter. You could go back and get him, couldn't you? Or are you really, really out in the sticks and too far to bother? Those cats are getting so hungry. I'm just sort of wandering around aimlessly at this point because I can't find anything to imp. And I think it's probably going to be a while before... like, somebody's actively imping my mall right now, but there are things here that need to sit here for a little while, really, before somebody's going to be able to come and imp them. And I think there are people at all of the stations I could reasonably help at. I'm no good at armour and shields, as I said, so I can't really help with those. Bunny, you doing chainmail? I didn't even know you did do chainmail. How's the blacksmithing forges look? Because, you know what, I haven't looked at these at all. I could help with blacksmithing, couldn't I? There's almost always a backlog on the blacksmithing forges, even though blacksmithing is one of the skills that most impers will have. It's also the skill that the vast majority of things require. The trouble is, blacksmithing is one of those ones that's quite tricky for me to do on stream because there's quite a lot to pay attention to, even though I don't have to choose and queue up my tools anymore. If there's other people imping here, I could help, but it would be very, very inefficiently. First I've got to heat lumps up, I've got to pay attention to what other people are already imping. And I think that that's probably something like I blacksmith for hours at impalongs, and in fact most of my skill in blacksmithing at all came from impalongs, but everybody does not have, I certainly don't have chain armor smithing, Madoon. Whoa, we've got a cat. I certainly don't have chain armor smithing. Oh, and she's on the keys, and she's everywhere. Whoop! That nearly went horribly wrong. Hello. What's up? You hungry? Yeah, I definitely don't. In fact, I meet many, many more platesmiths than I meet... Let's not do that. Many, many more people with platesmithing than I do people with chainsmithing. It's the closest thing you've got to a cat one, isn't it, Ruffle? Maybe we need a cat one next. Madoon suggested I should add the lowing of cows, and I was like, I'm not doing that one. I'm not doing that one, but maybe we need a kitty one. They do need food. That was less of a kitty helper and more of a kitty thwack me in the face with her tail. What? She's going after my wool. Don't you do that. This is going to be a disaster. Maybe if I feed her, she'll stop trying to get at my yarn balls. She does. You know what? I think people who don't have cats think of cats as being, like, quite graceful and poised creatures. Like, you know, you sort of, like, you got this image of, like, cats stalking along the tops of fences and things, and they do, and they've got beautiful balance, but they are also clumsy as anything. And they just go crashing about. Like, they go skidding about, they go crashing about, they just go, like, stamping all over the stuff. Not much grace or elegance from these cats at all, I'm afraid. No. Oh, nice tracker, I like that. That's cute. That's cute. Yes, so I can help with blacksmithing, but I think blacksmithing is probably not a good one to try and do on stream, because I will probably just end up getting in people's way. Also, did she put me into third person? I had a moment there where I was like, wait, where did my jacket go? Idiot. It's because I just dropped it off upstairs. Don't think I've got anything else that I can put on it in the meantime either. But I'm pretty sure that it was Mina putting me into third person, because I do not do well in third person. I don't put myself there voluntarily. Let's go and see if I can find anything else that I can usefully imp outside of here. Look at all these nice horses, and people dropping hay for them as well. I imagine all of Drackett's vehicles over here are well tinked up, and most of the public supply ones, which actually I was looking at the public supply ones, wasn't I? But I think that they're all pretty solidly sorted. At some point I need to go imping all of my own wagons, because you know what, that's something I still haven't gotten around to doing. I have an intention to imp my PMK wagons. My PMK wagons rare. But a little bit like grinding, that's one of those things that I have to just sit down and get the hell on with, and I just haven't. Let's just imp this one up a little bit. Just a little bit. Did everyone take a look at PAX Day? No, I didn't, but Finn and a few others were sort of like popping me sort of links to YouTube and stuff at the time that it was coming out. So I think a lot of people in Worm did go and have a look at it. Cats are adorable. They're wonderful. I would not be without them. They're just also sometimes clumsy and chaotic, and always hungry. So hungry. Now we've got a different one stalking around. Are you also hungry? That's unfortunate. I have 3. 2 is not quite enough cats, and 3 is slightly too many cats. So the balance of cats always ends up at about 3. Seems heavily inspired by Worm. I don't know. I suspect it took inspiration from a few things, but there's definitely a reason why a lot of Worm players went and looked at it, because I think there's clearly hitting a lot of the same kind of notes. Hello, Seraphina. They're all back to Worm now. Okay. Yeah, I know a few people who tried it, and some of them sort of quite enjoyed it. I think one of the things with PAX Day though wasn't it much faster? Like the progression in it was much faster because people were creating some really wonderful things really quite fast. And I think the slow grind in Worm, frustrating as it is at times, the slow grind in Worm is one of the things that keeps people at Worm for a long time, because you have to really work at stuff and you get, I think, a much bigger and more fulfilling sense of achievement when you create things in Worm because of the amount of time and skill that it takes. So I always think with things, if you're a Worm player and you go and play something else where the crafting is much, much faster, you probably do, like, you enjoy it and you find it fulfilling for a while, but I feel like you're sort of, it'll lose its fun sooner for you, probably because you're used to this really slow grind sort of reward that you get from Worm, and really not many other games are anything like as slow to progress in. So you sort of like it, it meets out that kind of like that dopamine really slowly over time, but it's like a slow, constant like tick of all of the good chemicals. Whereas a lot of other games, you can play them obsessively for a few weeks or sometimes even a few months, and then you often end up feeling like you've done everything and seen everything in the game. Like there isn't really any more to achieve or any more gameplay value to get out of it, except maybe going and doing the same things you've done again and enjoying them differently. Whereas you can play Worm for years and still not have seen a lot of the things that Worm has to offer, and I think that's a big part of its charm in terms of player retention, as much as anything. Which one was I tinking? I can't actually remember now. Was it the public supply? It was the public supply. This is also why I don't grind with my poor grasshopper brain. I'm not a good multitasker. I struggle to do two things at once, including talking on stream and doing anything at all on stream. Whoop! And if I just vanished, I'm very sorry, because I also accidentally screen locked myself. You feel better about your skills no matter how low. yeah. Your biggest issue was no terraforming. Yeah. And the thing is, even when you come across, Calvert and I were playing Medieval Dynasty at the start of this year, and we're now currently playing Sengoku Dynasty, which has base building, survival stuff, and all of that. Doesn't have terraforming. Not like Worm has terraforming, but nothing really has terraforming like Worm has terraforming. But even where there are games that I play that are more satisfying in some aspects of the kind of the base building or the decoration, or there aren't many games that would struggle to be more satisfying in terms of combat, for example, than Worm. I don't think anybody comes here for the combat. But even where I find games that do one aspect of Worm's gameplay better than Worm does it, I can't think of any game that does half the things that Worm does that I so appreciate about Worm. And I know that Griff's been talking about this recently on his streams as well. If you watch Factional Fight streams, Griff's been back streaming Worm, which is wonderful. I'm so pleased that he's back streaming. I like watching his stuff. But I know that Griff's been talking about this as well, like about the things that are so unique about Worm. And it's not just that it's a sandbox and it's a base builder and it's medieval fantasy and all of those things combined. But the way that Worm is built, like I think he was talking a couple of weeks ago about that every tree is its own entity that's growing at its own pace and will spawn other trees around it and things, and the degree of granularity in the way that this game is a living, thriving world that carries on like independently around you as players is something that is absolutely unmatched by any other game. So even where you get games where you do get where you are able to do terraforming and base building and things like that, you can almost never do it to the degree that you can here. The rate at which wild resources respawn and the ways in which they respawn are much, much simpler So I think as a simulation game, which is effectively what Worm is, the depth of the simulation is pretty unmatched for anything that I have seen since. But even when you get games that are really very sandboxy and you can terraform and you can base build and you can do all of those things, usually there's still really, really kind of tight limitations. Hello, Draka. Usually there's still really tight limitations about like where you can do it. Like maybe there's only limited places on the map where you can do that, and you can maybe have a base for you or you can join somebody else's base. But it's not like Worm where you can build as many buildings as you like. You can have as many deeds as you like. You can do stuff off deed. You can do stuff on deed. You can join other people's settlements, and you can have whole political structures. I'm always a little bit surprised in a way that nobody's ever tried, or perhaps they've tried but haven't succeeded, in making some kind of equivalent of things like guilds in Worm, and sort of like working, like crafting fellowships and stuff like that. But it's just Worm very much is a, here's a world and here's a toolbox, and you have almost complete free reign over how you use it and what you can do in it, limited by time and imagination. And I know that there's, obviously there's loads of rules and logic and things that we can and can't do in terms of restrictions in the system. But if you think about it compared to the way other systems work, Worm is the hippie parent that basically let you do whatever the shit you like on whatever time scale you like, and just see what happens. Whereas most games are much more restrictive in terms of the parameters within which your imagination can fly, and in which you can have control. You died, Ruffle! I knew it! Sorry. sorry. I'm trying to be sympathetic. Sorry, I just need to let the glee go. How did you die? I said it's like buses. Did you die on Epic by any chance? It is, however, very beautiful. What PAX Day do you mean, Bun? Yeah. We're finding a similar thing playing Sengoku Dynasty. It's like Medieval Dynasty in some ways and different in others. And it is less deep than Medieval Dynasty, but it is more beautiful than Medieval Dynasty. And that's basically how that kind of distinction is basically how I feel about most other games compared to Worm. Like many games out there that are more beautiful than Worm or more slick than Worm in many ways, but lack the depth and the substance that Worm has. But there are some things in Worm which I think are very, very beautiful and are pretty much unmatched. As we know, like I really like the skies in Worm. I think they're very cleverly done, and even in games that have got much more complex engines and much more money and development time going into them, often I find their skies somewhat lacking compared to Worm's. Ruffle, you've sent Bun the death tab. What do I get the death tab? Was it PvP? Was it over on the PvPs? Did you die doing a moida? Or doing a battle camp or something? He needs to know. Nearly tried to drink out the wrong side, and you'd have just seen me tip Fantrol down my front, which I'm not going to lie, I have done before. Not on stream, though. I was imping. I forgot I was imping. Because of course I did. No, somebody needs to imp a battle chicken. Very good. Also, what? Oh, fuck me. It's almost 1 AM. Whoops. When I was getting ready for stream this afternoon, I was like, do you know what? I might do a shorter stream than normal. Maybe I'll just do like an hour or so. And then we're coming, like we're up to like 4.5 hours, right? Whoops. Uh-oh. I got carried away with my waffling. It happens. You fell off a bridge that got destroyed, and then you got murdered. Ouch. Well, feel free to blame me. I did jinx you. I did say there'd be a third death before the day was out. But I should probably wrap up the stream soon. I didn't have dinner. I did have my pills today, at least. Sometimes I get like an hour into stream and I'm really tired, and then I realise it's because I had such a chaotic morning I forgot to take my pills. But today was not one of those days. But I'm not being massively helpful here in terms of imping, and I know I've got a couple of things in for either... I haven't got anything in for enchanting now. I've got a couple of things in for imping that I'm going to need to come back and pick up. Madoon had already died 3 times. Okay, but it's... We haven't previously, Madoon, had a this many days since you did this thing, which is so typical of you, tracker. Maybe we should now start one. Whereas Ruffle has frequently has just come out of a period where she got toons killed all of the time, and then she was starting to set a record of survivability, and then she got involved in BVB, and it all went wrong. That's probably all the deeds I'm going to found this year, for what it's worth. I don't have plans to found it. In fairness, though, yesterday I didn't have any plans to found this deed, so who knows? Who knows? I don't always plan to. I sometimes just sort of like get the urge, and then I do a little speculative deed drop, so that's probably me done for this year, maybe? I'm making no promises. I did not get her involved in PvP, thank you very much. In fact, I expressly said, let's go over to a PvP server and do PvE stuff. Let's not get embroiled in PvP. She did that all by herself. And in fact, she did that before we even got there on stream. So there was no help for her. Like, I was trying to get us all lined up so that nobody had gone over to Epic and done anything substantial before we started the stream, but she was already knee-deep in it. It's Scooter that you need to blame. Scooter's the reason. Not me. This time. This time. How are we doing on that one? Oh, that one's up to 77. Well, that's slightly better than the, I don't know, 71 or something that it was on. Why am I not... Oh, apparently too far away. 93. Nice. I imagine the stocking wagon's probably pretty good. That's up in the late 70s. Given time and concentration, I can comfortably imp vehicles up to the 90s, but it does take a while to do that. So I just do a little bit of tinking. A little bit of tinking up of things. But I have kind of worn myself out now. It is just gone 1 AM here. Have been streaming for several hours longer than I intended because this was going to be a short stream. Those cats are desperately in need of feeding, so this is probably a good time to I've just noticed those. Is that where a collapse has happened? I guess it must be where a collapse has happened and then you can't get it back up.
Yes.
Get it back up. Yes. Get the ceiling mined back up without scaffolding. I saw another. Yeah, there's one of those there as well. So it is probably time. Thank you for the follow, Jackalope. It is probably time for me to wrap up the stream for today. I should be back next Saturday. Calv and I might not be streaming Worm together for a little while. He's on a little bit of a Worm streaming break right now. I think he might get his enthusiasm back when the Christmas stuff gets announced, or with Black Friday. I don't know. But we might stream something else instead in his Friday night slot. So do keep an eye out, and I'll announce in the Coterie channel if I'm going to be doing streaming with Calvert and something else. We might get another Worm stream out of him and get his Worm streaming enthusiasm back. If you're not in the Discord and you would like to be, because Twitch can sometimes be a little bit sluggish about telling people when a stream starts, We have a Discord. You're very welcome to come and join it. We also end up chatting about all kinds of things there and sharing pictures and doing other stuff as well. But principally, you can just join it and mute everything except the stream notifications channel if you want to get your notifications that way, or you can come and hang out with us in Discord if you'd like to. Yeah. Oh, you came in with Catspur's raid. Okay, cool. Yeah, she's a sweetheart, and as we know, Catspur loves Worm. Even when she's not streaming it, she's always a Worm player. You can still turn back. You finished your treasure map, Madoon. Well done. You did not PvP before stream, Ruffle. Okay, but you were getting involved in the defense with PvPers, even though you weren't actively engaging in PvP. So, just saying. No, it's a whole line of them. I see. Good night, Draka. Thank you very much, as always, for letting us come see, but also for all of the work that goes into this, both you and your team. Draka is the person responsible for bringing us the Lunalong. It is running for another day and a few hours on top of that, so you've still got time to come here and do stuff, to get your stuff imped or to get some skills up here if you want to. And I've posted a couple of... You were a member of Scooter's Deed before we started streaming. Bun's going to be really jealous of your loot. You got a rare paper. Yeah, there's still time to come to the Lunalong if you want to. I've posted the link a couple of times in there, but I'll do it once more for luck. If you want to read all about it, there's a forum post there. Yeah, 2 a.m. for you, Bun. Yep, even later for you. So you can find details about the Lunalong there if you want to come visit us. If you're on the Northern Freedom Isles, you can still come here, but obviously you won't transfer over with your stuff. But there is also an NFI impalong coming up soon. And if you're just back into Worm just now, or stepping into Worm for the first time right now, you're probably not going to make it to this impalong in time, but there is another one coming up in a few weeks on SFI as well. So you've got more options. Good night, Seraphina. Thank you. Jackalope, yes, this is a cave base. It takes a lot of work, particularly raising those ceilings, because you can only raise past a certain height. But yes, it is a very cool, very large example of what you can do with underground bases. So we are underground at the moment. Yes. Anyway, right. So that's me done. I'm going to stop waffling, and I'm actually going to go now. My cooldown for today is Tarsus Harbour Market. If you're sailing in from the south, you will sail right past this market. It's a nice little market run by Solenswith, Luna Ray, and others. Toil, I think, as well, is involved in that. So that's a nice little market, which you can pop into on your route up to the Lunalong. In fact, I popped in there last week and bought some stuff. Good night, Wishbone. Thank you all for the follows, for the chat. And hopefully I will see some of you next weekend, when I haven't decided yet what I will be doing next weekend, but I will announce it when I have. To be seen. Take care, guys, and I will catch you another time. Good night.